Doomlink, and I welcome you all back to Doomlink's live hunts. We are finally in 3 Ultimate again. It's probably been maybe 2 weeks or something. Something like that. I definitely need to, I might go so far as to rejoin the lobby, because I've been sitting in there for a long time. We are now at 14 players, now 15. And what have we got? In terms of choices, we've got a turns room with Galley. He's got 2... well, he's the Infinite Galley Infinite, I guess. Interesting name. Anyway, just going to get myself organized. Error code. This is what happens when you fail to connect to the host properly. In fact, I think there are 2 possibilities when it comes to this. Either the person has a shit connection, or, well, you have a shit connection to the person, could be on either end, and second of all, they could have blocked you. I don't think this person would have blocked me because I've never played with this person before, so I don't think it would be that. But if you do get an error code, well, look at that. I failed to connect with the person because they just gave up on the room, so there you go. I guess I'll join Hunters 637. Sounds like fun. But yeah. I think we should be just about ready. Again, there is much less of a setup period here when I'm only live on Twitch, so it's fairly easy. It's not a big deal. What have we got on the quest board today? Oh, that's right, I don't have my keyboard plugged in or ready or anything. It's certainly not on my lap. It's just, I can't really communicate with these people, in other words. So I might get that organized a little later on. Let me just double check what we're doing here. So in terms of element, I probably won't go element. I'll probably use a raw weapon or something. Oh, this is the first time you're seeing Monster Hunter 3U. Well, that's good to hear, Beans. I hope you enjoy. This is what I believe to be the best Monster Hunter game in the series. And the community's still somewhat alive, shockingly. In fact, you know what? I definitely have to get my keyboard on the go, because you'll be able to see what it means to freely communicate with people in and out of hunts. It's really good. But I guess I'll use... do I have a... no, I don't have a non-elemental gunland, so I won't do that. What would I like to use? Okay, we'll just go with something simple. We'll go Sarah Symmetry with my Awakened Greatsword set. Not Awakened Greatsword, sorry. Rocksteady Greatsword, there we go. Just needed to find my words there. Here's hoping they don't depart without me or anything like that, because sometimes people get a little bit impatient. For instance, I feel that both of them readying up there is an indication that they wouldn't mind departing without me. It's sort of an unspoken statement. That's the way I look at it. Anyway. Hey, Takashi. But yeah, I'll probably get my keyboard organized in just a moment. Actually, no, it's not plugged into my Wii U. I had unplugged it from my Wii U and plugged it into my Switch. Stop fucking talking to the damn shakalaka. I want to talk to you. But yeah, anyway. How are we going for the inventory? Going fine. Let's get moving. While we are in the process of departing, I will get my keyboard ready. Keyboard is on the lap. And just to show it off, well, what would I say to them? Something... oh, that's right, maybe we should have smoke bombed for this quest, but it's a bit late now, isn't it? What would I say? Let's have a good hunt. Again, free type, I just start typing, appears on the screen, hit enter, and I appear in the chat just on the side there. That is free typing in hunts. And that is the way Monster Hunter always should be. It's something that people fail to really appreciate as hunters who might have started in 3DS games or something like that. Usually 3DS games, yeah. But you know, some of the people who started in, well, probably most of the people who started in Generations Ultimate probably wouldn't appreciate it either, because Generations Ultimate, for one reason or another, can you fucking... The only reason why I got hit there was because I managed to get flinched twice in a row by a sword and shield guy. How did that even happen? That's literally the only reason why I took a hit there. It's just unbelievable. Like, what the fuck? Also, this is the first appearance of Stygian Zinogre in the series, because Zinogre first appeared in the game that came out before this one, and usually a monster that first comes out, particularly in regards to flagships, don't get subspecies until the next game, because it's viewed, it sort of takes away from the novelty of the new monster if it already has a subspecies in the game that it first appeared in. So therefore, the game that came after Portable Third, which is this one, then has the subspecies of Zinogre, which is Stygian Zinogre. He is probably quite familiar to those who have played 5th Gen, namely World. Although I've never fought him in World. Yeah, the graphics do look better, most certainly. But there are certain issues with textures that are present, because it is actually just an upscaled version. Well, not in all regards. I don't think it's a pure upscale, but I think parts of it are upscaled from a 3DS game. Unfortunately, this is not 100% built for Wii U. It was, in large parts, built for the Nintendo 3DS. So it could look better than it does, honestly. An example of where the graphics really fail are in things like weapon textures. For example, the weapon that Gardane's using right now, the Epitaph Eternal, the textures on that are so bad in this game versus the high-rank version of this game, Monster Hunter Tri. Are you kidding me? I nearly got fucking comboed there. That would have been ridiculous. I can barely see what's going on. Of course, I was right in that this really was a quest where we should have smoke bombed, yeah. I mean, we'll still do alright, we just need to try and focus on the same monster, and I've chosen to focus on regular Zinogre here. Can I get a level 3 out? Perfect, that's the way I wanted to do that. Uh-oh, that's a bad start. Have I disconnected? No, I'm still live. Okay, good, it's a, So we've got 2 people who failed to connect here. Koi McJung, or McJung, has left. See, all it takes is one person to fail to connect, and you can see that it actually fucks with the hunt quite considerably. So he is out. We are now forced to 3-man. Of course, I'm not worried about my Dragon Blight at this time because I'm using a raw weapon. Oh, no, I was not expecting a follow-up, and I managed to get a draw shot off on the face there, which is pretty good. Let's settle for a level 2 here. I mean, obviously, 3-manning 2 monsters in an arena with a greatsword, not a great experience, but I'm making do with what I have right now. I can see that either my connection to the host isn't too great right now, or the host's connection is shitting itself. It doesn't matter whose connection is suffering right now. The result is a Zinogre that's sort of glitching about. God, this is a pretty, how do I say, heated confrontation. Why can't you guys just focus on the same monster? You keep going back and forth between Stygian and regular Zinogre, and it's starting to piss me off, because we need to focus on the one monster. Otherwise we'll be fighting 2 monsters for much longer than we need to be. Bastards. Alright. Now, I'm doing what I can. I'm playing quite aggressively because I want to kill this regular Zinogre as quickly as I can. But... oh, shit. Okay, there we go. That's a good opportunity. Go away, Stygian. I want a level 3 on its face. There we go. That's good damage. Keeping in mind, of course, that because this is a double quest, they're both going to have less health than they normally would. So, I'm just hoping we can get this Zinogre killed soon. Managed to get a level 3, took him out of his enraged mode. Why am I the only one attacking this thing? Am I soloing it now? Here I was thinking I was 3-manning. I guess I'm soloing. Bloody hell. Oh, That was an opportunity for me to do it level 3, honestly. You fucking miserable bastard. How many times do you want... I've never been flinched so consistently by a sword and shield user. I mean, it's shocking. How does this guy manage to do it? He's fucked me up in terms of damage, and he's also caused me to get hit. Maybe he needs to reconsider what he's attacking. I am not the monster. What the fuck? But yeah, this is a rough hunt. Not all that fun, honestly. I would have approached it with a smoke bomb, but I had forgotten to bring them, quite frankly, so I wouldn't have been able to make use of that. Make use of smoke bombs, that is to say. I don't think we're too far from... Oh, don't think we're too far from killing the Sonoga. I hope not anyway. This is great. Perfect. Okay, not doing too well in terms of healing wares, as you can see. I've been taking a lot of hits. I hope... You know what's happening here? These guys are both getting Dragon Blighted, and they're not removing their Dragon Blight. So Gardane is not getting any dragon damage out, and Heather, God forbid this person, is not getting any slime damage out, which is the main issue here. You know, we want the slime damage, because that's very good damage, but... Okay, Amy visited, hi. It's always important to greet these people so that they feel included. Oh shit! You know, I've been pretty lucky up until this point. I haven't really been attacked by Stygian while focusing on regular Zenoga. Couldn't get my draw attack out yet. Or in that time. No, you fucking don't. I do not need to get comboed at this point. Again, trying to play very aggressively here, because the sooner we get this Zenoga killed, the easier this hunt's going to be. I'll settle for a level 2. I managed to get it out on the face. You can see that I'm not always getting criticals on my draw attacks because I actually have negative 20% affinity. Which means I'm not getting criticals every time by way of critical draw. It's an increase of 100% affinity. Not set 100% affinity. I'm just going to use potions here. I'm running out of megas. What a nightmare. Unfortunately, I've found myself quite far from regular Zenoga. I am tempted to drop a pitfall. I don't have one. Well, let's see what we can do here. Please die. Would love it if you died. I couldn't do anything there. I'll tell you what, for a first hunt, this is pretty rough. Getting moved by the tail. That's a very funny example of lag compensation. You can see that on my screen I hit his back leg, but the game registered that as a tail hit. That's what I'm talking about. Whenever I say lag compensation might have dealt the damage, that's what I mean. It's because the game, just in case, registers your hits a little differently. No, it's not hitbox issues. You will not get that in an offline hunt. You will not see that. It has to do with connection. Because if it were a hitbox issue, you would physically see your sword hit the tail, despite the fact that it wasn't actually on target. But you could see that rather than hitting the tail, it definitely hit the back leg. The strike was marked very clearly by a critical impact. So it was pure connection. I don't know why I just walked into that. I was trying to walk in between them. But yeah, the scenario there was 100% connection related, not hitbox related. Oh god, what are you doing? Don't... Oh, fucking hell, this host, man. The last thing I need at this point is for a disconnect. That would be horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Anyway, again, I don't have to worry so much about getting dragon... Well, I don't have to worry at all about getting dragon blinded from this monster because I'm going raw. Honestly, I would hold off on the pitfall until this guy's exhausted, because he's been here for a while. He'll probably get exhausted somewhat soon. It's not good timing to get hit. Not at all. Can I get this head? Yes. Wasn't a critical though. I think I've got 2 level 3s on the head there. I say I think because I'm not sure about that second one, but I'm going to guess that that was the head. Settling for level 2, which was a good call. Had I gone for level 3, I wouldn't have dealt any damage. Doing a draw attack, then I'm going to roll between his legs to avoid these attacks. Couldn't because he actually flinched backwards. If you're trying to go underneath him, it can actually serve as a good shield from those. See, look, we've already got that fucking exhaustion. Had that guy saved the pitfall for this, we would have had a much more effective pitfall. But no. He was not employing strategy, unfortunately. Trying to get in position for the head if he stays still again. He's trying to eat, now you can see. He's trying to do a pin attack, which is rare. You only see that when he's actually exhausted. Oh, no. I was expecting to take that hit. I was just hoping that I could do it. Or rather, I was hoping that I could get my sword to hit the monster before I got hit. I've gone through almost all of my potions in this hunt, unsurprisingly. Of course, I'm sharpening up to purple sharpness here because we are using a greatsword. So, given that you're hitting the monster less often, you want maximum damage with your hits. That's the way it works. And purple sharpness is nothing to sniff at. It's considerable, especially in conjunction with this weapon. It's very good. I mean, this has just been a shit show of a hunt. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but yeah, it's a fucking mess. Royal mess. Okay, I'm settling for level 1, I just don't want to take the risk of not actually getting a hit off. Because that's the thing, that's how you have to play a greatsword, otherwise your DPS is just awful. I'm not actually going to go for the head, I'm going to go for the body, just so that I can get the hit off. Settling for level. Whoa, there we go. You can't always go for level 3s, that's the point. Otherwise, you just won't hit the monster often enough, and you may as well not be aiming for level 3s because you're not making up for the lack of DPS by dealing more damage on the level 3 impacts that you actually get. And that's the idea of greatsword. DPS over charge level up to a point. You don't want to actually be doing combo greatsword, but make do with what you can get away with. Beautiful. Can't quite see what I'm doing. Heather is again dragon blighted. I don't want to see Heather getting dragon blighted because again, that's slime damage down the drain. This has been a truly awful hunt though. I'm just gonna go in there. No, shit! I'm gonna have to whip out the max potion now. And I'll also have to use life powder. This has been less than fun. I mean, maybe for some people it's fun. Maybe it's entertaining to watch, but I don't want to be doing this again. I mean, we might still sub 15 this hunt, who knows? You never know. Okay, unfortunately, I'll be going in with wide sharpness here. Oh, goodness. Might as well eat some rations here. Stamina is good. Gardane is just going fucking combo greatsword because Gardane doesn't know how to use a greatsword, which is awesome. That's part of the reason why we've taken so long. I mean, this is what's happening here. Gardane can't use a greatsword worth a fuck, and Heather, whose damage is mostly through slime, is constantly getting dragon blighted. So I've been practically soloing this monster. And there's the other Zenoga. And it sucks. That was an awful flash bomb, thank you for that. Just hurts my eyes and achieves nothing else. Anyway. I don't want to be watching people do combo greatsword. Like I said, DPS over charge level up to a point, and that's when you've gone too far. You don't want to be doing combo greatsword because then you're actually not doing any damage. That's awful. Just swinging your blade around without charging it. One thing I would like is for Stygian to stop running around. See, that's the most annoying thing, when monsters jump back like that, especially when you're greatswording. You think you've got an opportunity and then he jumps out of your range. God damn, you've got a fucking opportunity for a charge and here you are, swinging it like this is your first greatsword hunt. You're really testing my patience. Is that death number 2? It is, isn't it? Quest info. No, that's the first death. Okay, well I feel a little better about that now. Going for level 2 here so I can get the face. Lag compensation will have dealt the damage on the face though. But yeah. I'm feeling a little better knowing that that was only our first death. Keeping in mind there is no insurance in this game. That is to say feline insurance. Go for that there face, if we can, without getting hit. Heather. Why don't you hang back so that you don't get dragon blighted? Stop letting yourself get dragon blighted. I mean, if you don't have null berries, which you should have for this hunt, then you have to be careful, don't you? You have to just really try not to get dragon blighted, because if you're getting dragon blighted, you've lost most of your damage. And that's the reason why we are still in this hunt right now. It's because you are a fucking useless teammate. Okay? And the same can be said of Gardain. And I will max potion. Dragon Blight removes your element and status from your weapon. And in the case of Heather, Heather is using the precursor to Blast status. It's called Slime. And it acts in basically the same way, but Slime is really fucking overpowered. So in other words, the weapon Heather is using is balanced around the heavy damage of Slime, which is a form of Blast. And for the most part, Heather doesn't have access to that damage because Heather keeps getting fucking dragon blighted. So, I don't know. And hello, N10. I might just have to do draw attacks here, and draw attacks aren't too bad. As you can see, I just knocked him down by doing that. Draw attacks aren't too bad with this setup because I have purple sharpness, I have a very high damage raw weapon, and I have critical draw. So draw attacks, if that's all I can get out, that's good damage. That's better than Mr. Gardain here with his fucking combo greatsword. Using a dragon weapon against Stygian Zenogre, like, I don't even know where to start with this guy. But I've got 2 dysfunctional team members fighting this monster right now, so... It's a sad fucking day. How did I manage that? Yeah, it's fucking combo greatsword. Combo greatsword with an Epitaph Eternal versus a dragon element monster. I mean, that's what we're dealing with today, unfortunately. See, I don't know what you're doing, Stygian. You look like you were aiming at someone else there. I need to... I mean, it's a bit of a waste of a life powder, isn't it? But unfortunately, I don't have any other healing wares. I'm out. This has just been an awful hunt. Like, we're 20 minutes in now. 20 fucking minutes. This hasn't... I mean, N10 just joined. We killed 1 out of 2 monsters. The first was regular Zenogre. This is Stygian, obviously. Hopefully almost dead. I can't speak for the rest of the fucking team, but I've dealt a decent amount of damage up until this point. Settling for level 2s there. That's the worst thing you can see. He rolls off there. Okay. Now, I must have jinxed it because at the start of this hunt, just to demonstrate free type in hunts, I typed, let's have a good hunt. We had a disconnect, and the 2 people I was left with can't hunt. So, that's what we've got today. And Heather said, nice, with 2 exclamation marks. That hunt was anything but nice, my friend. Anything but nice. That was a shit show. Fucking 20 minutes to do that hunt. Yeah, well, I don't think he was expecting to finish. And to be honest, it's not an unreasonable expectation to fail that hunt, because we really did. I mean, it's a surprise that we didn't fail it. I suppose if there's one thing that I can give them kudos for, is that they didn't die. I mean, only one of them died. So, purely based on that fact, I guess they're good at surviving. If they're good at one thing, they're good at surviving, so thank God for that. Maybe they just have good defense, I don't know. But, yeah, whatever. We got a Jasper out of that. What joy. Don't think I need most of this. Again, I'm keeping my stacks to single stacks of 99 in this game, because I just don't have the box space. But yeah, that was shit. Hopefully our next hunt will be slightly less awful. Maybe a little bit less like pulling teeth out, scratching nails on chalkboard, etc. Oh, Amy waited that whole time. Wow. Now that's what I call patience. And you've got the Kelby bow. Ugh. Well, whatever. Fucking Kelby bow. Be sure to sell that stuff. Zin hair can stay. I need to sell these. As you can see, these are the slots that I have in my box. I don't have any more than that. What a terrible idea to have the box size be 10 pages in this game. Awful idea. I think 14's a good number. I think that's what it was in 4 Ultimate. Thanks for hunting, says Heather. What, are you closing the room? Oh, poor Amy. Amy's been fucking sitting here. Are you kidding me? Oh, never mind. It's Gardain, thankfully. I nearly lost my mind. Basically, for those who are not familiar, if the host leaves, the whole room closes. So you can imagine if Amy was sitting there waiting for 10 minutes for us to come back from the quest, and then Heather just closes the room. That would be pretty awful. What's next? I'm asking so I can know whether or not to leave, because I'm not doing another fucking arena hunt with this team. Ugh. Then again, it wouldn't be as bad this time. I mean, I don't mean to sound so mean, but they were both useless. And as a result, my hunting experience is negatively affected. It really is that way. I can't help it. And you know what? Had I actually brought smoke bombs, I wouldn't have been able to use them, because one of them just threw themselves into the arena immediately to hunt both monsters, so there you go. I'm not sure what speedrunning you're talking about, Beans. That's either to actually deal damage to themselves to get adrenaline damage off, or they're using Felvine bombs, which I've never understood. There's some weird thing with Felvine bombs that, I don't know. But are you talking like large barrel bombs that they intentionally blow themselves up with to stay at low health? Or are you talking little pink bombs that they use to launch themselves into the area that they're going into? Just small ones? I don't know. Some people like to Felvine themselves for one reason or another, and I'm not sure why. It's just something that I've never taken notice of. In terms of the benefits of it, I just don't know. But I've definitely seen people do it. Anyway. Ring of the Golden Loon. This will be a nice, easy hunt. Well, it will be, don't worry. I'm not ruining our chances of a nice hunt by jinxing it. This will be a much easier hunt. I'm going to go gun lance just for something a little different. Don't think I've used a gun lance on Gold Raytheon in this game in a long time. Oh yeah, that's right, I should be... Well, you know what, I'll check the granny too. What have we got in here? Anything that might be interesting? No. And what I was going to say is that I need to get in the habit of checking my fishery. No level 5s. You see, I have yet to... Level 5, level 4 I meant to say. I've yet to see the boats go from level 3 to level 4 while at Port Tanzia. I've yet to see that. So it might not be possible. You might have to be in Mocha Village in order to get the boat up to level 4. Just while it's sitting there. So, if that's true, then that's a problem. But anyway, I've definitely seen it in Mocha Village countless times. Like as you cycle through quests, it'll update there, but... No, haven't seen it in Port Tanzia, I regret to say. But yeah, I will be sticking with this Gunlance. I'm not going to be getting the Abyssal one. I just don't like the look of it. I prefer to have a more attractive looking weapon in this case. And it's really cool. I don't necessarily like it as much when it's sheathed, because you can see it's almost dull looking. And the reason why is because it lights up when you unsheath it. It's one of those weapons, you know. Alright, so I think we're ready to go. What did I eat for? Polisher and Pyro. Well, Polisher's alright, I guess. That's basically speed sharpening, although I'm not sure if Polisher always procs. It might. Not 100% on that. I see. So if you Felvine yourself, it works as a visual cue for when your Might Seeds run out. That's funny. That's funny. For me... I mean, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. When I used to speedrun, I used to just instinctively memorize. When I say speedrun, I mean like when I was hunting monsters while min-maxing, going full meta in try. I used to just instinctively know the times. You know, I didn't use Felvine as a cue. If I didn't know it, I would count it. And then once you have counted it a few times, the count actually takes place subconsciously. So you start to instinctually know when it's run out. So, and I was also doing this with Might Pills. Might Pills, Adrenaline, and Might Seeds, you know. And Mega Demon Drugs, obviously. Although I can't remember if they stacked or not. It's been a long time. Oh, cool. It actually arrived. I was trying to post it before, but that's really creepy how it overlaps like that, Potato. That's frightening. But, yeah, I was actually trying to post it before I went live, and it wasn't registering it. So maybe it just came through, as in just now. But, there you go. There's Doom Roll. What is going on, Raytheon? Come on. Oh, great. But yeah, this is going to be a very quick hunt. I don't know why Basilisk is using a dragon weapon. Oh, maybe he thinks that it... You dick! You're making this harder for everyone. What are you doing? Like, are you fucking stupid? The whole reason why we're sitting there like idiots, waiting, is because you just went and randomly attacked. I'm sorry, Heather. You ended up comboing into my gun lance there, but unfortunately you weren't hit. Oh. Yeah, it's funny, I was just hunting Yamatsukami last night in Freedom Unite, actually. So it was funny to hear the music when I came into the tower arena here, because the same music plays in the full tower location. Not in this confrontation here, but rather the introductory music when you first enter. You get it when you leave the camp area, but only in that first area after you leave the camp. After that you start getting different ambient soundtracks playing as you slowly make the climb up the tower. At least you don't have to go all the way up for Yamatsukami, because he flies into the broken tower. The reason why... You fucking fool. If you're going to hit teammates, then don't lance charge. What a fucking dick. Seriously, like, the guy just lance charged through the whole body of the monster and launched me on the fucking ground. Like, it's just not appropriate behavior. It's just unbelievable. Oh, that's asleep. Someone's gonna hit him out of it, probably. Yeah, Heather is about as... You know, I mean, who am I hunting with right now? A bunch of fucking dicks is what I'm hunting with. I mean, keeping in mind, we're rotating through hunters here and they're all fucking useless. It's just incredible. I guess this is just a community of beginners now, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but unfortunately they just don't play sensibly. They don't play sensibly. I mean, again, lance charging through the monster and hitting your teammates, you look at what you're doing and you realize, oh shit, I'm fucking up the team, I guess I'd better stop. But you know, a lot of these people don't make that connection. Because, I don't know, they're dumb. They're not beginners, they're dumb. He might have made the connection by now, I don't know. He's got a terrible connection, actually. Different use of the word connection. I think he's disconnected. No, he's barely connecting to this hunt. Are you seeing this Basilisk guy? Oh my god. In terms of internet connection, he's got a bad connection in this hunt. Okay, I'm gonna do another wyvern fight here. Hopefully not hitting anyone. Alright. Unfortunately, I've been spending so much time watching these people barely... Look at him fucking lance charging. Sheathe the damn weapon and close the distance. Dick. Uh-oh. Got a little bit greedy then. Just wait to see if I'm the target. You wait to see if you're the target before sheathing the weapon, obviously. It's a slow sheath with gun lance, and if you've got a shield, you may as well use it. How much longer will I be streaming, Vernon? Well, I only just started, really. So I'll be going for another 2 hours at least. That would be my guess. I mean, I'm telling you, Vernon, the community is pretty shocking at the moment. We've got some bad players. Really bad. I mean, admittedly, I've seen a few of them. Last time I was playing this game, there were some pretty bad groups. I mean, this is the thing. The sheer number of individual hunters that I've come across that are just bad in this game is pretty shocking. Like, they're actually worse than Generations Ultimate players by a considerable margin, and that's saying a lot. I mean, the Generations Ultimate community is not really filled with the best hunters, but this is some scary shit. These people don't know what they're doing. Speaking of not knowing what I'm doing, well, you managed to get that flash bomb. The timing wasn't good in the sense that you didn't get it mid-air, but at least it was where the head was. That's an improvement over what I've seen somewhat recently. Not in this recording necessarily, but I'm going to aim for the head just for drops. It's not necessarily good for damage. I think it's alright for element, but yeah, breaking the head is very good for wound rewards, specifically mantles, because if you're doing this hunt, you may as well get the best possible chance for mantles. So that's one of the best things about Gold Raytheon, it's the mantle chance. Yeah, come on. I think I'm gonna get... Ah, there we go, very good. As you can see, I've got Mind's Eye here on this. Just gonna sheath here, because I'm out of range, and I will sharpen up. And I think Polisher will have this be a faster process. No. I don't know how Polisher works. Must only proc in certain scenarios. You fucking fool. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. It's like you're in the running for biggest doofus or something. He's in the competition. How to be the biggest doofus. Like, you fucking fool. Look, even at that distance, he's lance charging. Now, admittedly, yes, if you press X out of a lance charge, that's good damage, but he's fucking up his teammates and he doesn't care, alright? So he should fuck off and get a grip. What gets me is when people don't learn from what they're doing wrong. Someone please teach him how to use a fucking lance. For my sake at least. Not just me, but his team in general. For the sake of any person that he may hunt with in the future. Someone please fucking teach him. Oh, whoops. That was supposed to be an X and A, not an A. Fuck me. How has this taken so long? This is shocking. I mean, I will admit that I never really feel like I'm doing that much damage with a gun lance, I will admit, but I'll tell you what, we've got a Kelby deer shot. Okay, admittedly, the Kelby deer shot's really the only one doing decent damage. We've got a guy using a fucking poison weapon on a gold Raytheon. We've got a guy using an Elatrion lance, and he can't use it. So, yeah, we've kind of got two hunters here. It's kind of a two-man with two distractions. You know what it is? It's two hunters and two Sharkalakas right now. That's what it's like. You would think that, Enten, you would think that in this era of 3 Ultimate there would be... You know what? You are a fucking mug. Unfortunately, I didn't put a space for RA, so you are a fucking mug. Instead it's your area fucking mug. But anyway. You're just fucking idiot. Like, every time I want to hit that tail, he's lance charging me. Like, what a dick. I just can't believe it. It's actually unbelievable that a person could be so foolish. We're not dealing with game sense, we're dealing with common sense at this point. He doesn't see that he's fucking up the team, and he just continues playing that way. It's just incredible. I just don't even know. He's still hunting, he's still attacking it. Oh my god. What am I going to say to him? Can't you see? Open your eyes. Bacillus. Oh, he fucking turned off his Wii U. Well, you know what, mate? Boo fucking who? Boo fucking who? You want to turn off your fucking Wii U over that? Guess what? Open your eyes. Open your fucking eyes. Okay? I don't want any sobbing reactions from you when you fuck me up the whole hunt because you don't stop lance charging. Get a fucking grip. Open your eyes and have some decency. Have some decency. That's all we're dealing with here. We're not, again, we all have to sit down and realize that this is not game sense, this is common sense. That is what is lacking at this point. It's the fact that he's fucked me up so much in the one hunt, and he hasn't made any attempts to change the way he's playing. He will continue to fuck me up because he doesn't care. And when I call him out on it, he turns off his Wii U and throws a fucking tantrum. Get a grip, dickhead. What a fucking fool. I just can't believe this. Anyway. Why? Oh, my ZL button is finally dying on my controller. I can't believe these people, you know, like... Turns off his Wii U. I mean, he might have just happened to disconnect. It's possible. He had a bad connection to the room. So he might have disconnected. He might not have just turned off his Wii U. But the timing was pretty interesting. He survived the whole hunt without disconnecting and then disconnects right as I call him out. So, I have a feeling that wasn't a disconnect. So... oh my god. Glad you made it in, Vernon, because I can't stand this fucking team. These people are just... unbelievable. Particularly that Lance guy. I just, you know, I go from one hunt to the next with these people who can't play. And I don't really care if people can't play necessarily, but when it actually negatively affects the hunt, like for example, we're three-manning a double Zenoga hunt, and this guy's going fucking combo greatsword, or I'm trying to cut a tail on a gold Raytheon and I keep getting Lance charged. You don't need to charge with the Lance. It can work, but if you can't do it without fucking up your teammates, don't fucking do it. Just don't do it. Yeah, he's pretty good at aiming at me, you're right, Serial. He's done a good job in that regard. What a fucking mug! What is our next hunt? I just can't believe it. Hey, Autonomic. Well, things are looking up. We've got Vernon with us. That's always a fucking bonus. It means that at least we've got two people who know what they're doing. 2 is better than 1. What a fucking nightmare. Anyway. I mean, I express frustration, but I'm not that angry over it. I'm more exasperated and just incredulous to their shocking inability. It is what it is. I mean, what I'm mostly shocked by is that there are so many individual terrible players. Like, I'm not running across the same shit players. I mean, these are all different people, for the most part, that I've run into in this game. And they all just fucking suck. Or at least most of them. What's next? What HRs do we have? What I believe to be 46, 60... I think it's 46 and 60. Let's snoop. 60, and I think he's 46. I say I think, or 42. I say I think because it's tiny text on the gamepad all the way by my TV, so... yeah. Oh, this shit again. Heather. Bring null berries this time. Heather. I was going to say you were useless last time, and then I thought, no. It's harder to give people advice when you're nasty to them, so I'm just gonna not. Also, let me smoke bomb at the start. I'll do my smoke bombs and then Vernon can do his if he wants to bring some. I'm just surprised there's so many new players. Like, we're talking really new, like inexperienced. You'd think that they would have come from other Monster Hunter games and brought with them some general knowledge, but no. I don't know. What would I like to use this time? What's a good raw weapon that I have? Well, not necessarily raw, but maybe something that would work in this hunt. I could double down on poison, could bring, I don't necessarily want to double down on slime. Anyway, what is Amy talking about? You don't really need a nullberry for the thunder element. Last time he lost his slime damage for a lot of the hunt, but it's possible that he didn't, admittedly he didn't have full Dragon Blight, but I think I think partial Dragon Blight was enough to take away his slime. I'm pretty sure. Basically, you can tell if it's not full Dragon Blight, if it's like a smaller icon, it's like a smaller Dragon Claw icon. What am I using? I could use Paralysis. How about I go Paralysis? That could be interesting. I'll use my, wherever it is, status set. Here it is. With Soul Strangler. I think I might also have a status Sword and Shield, but I'll go with the Longsword. No, I didn't make the Anima Reaper yet. I haven't had a chance to hunt that monster. At this rate, I'm going to be lucky if I'll have a team to hunt it with, because... yeah. It's the Stygian Zenoga event, and it's definitely a hunt for the long haul. It's a rough run. And I got a successful one on camera, which is good. I'm glad that I did, but I have to tell you that the chances of me getting a good team together to hunt that again in the future is kind of low. We'll see what happens. If the opportunity presents itself, I will hunt Stygian Zenoga event. But the reason why I haven't done it between now and the last time I did it was because the opportunity hadn't presented itself. So it's probably going to be a while until I can make the Anima Reaper. It's not a really good weapon necessarily, it's just I prefer it on a visual level to my current Awaken Fire Greatsword, so, which was like a raw based Rathalos Greatsword with Fire Awaken. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to be careful here, or I'm gonna have to be careful, I should say more specifically, just to make sure that we can smoke bomb the whole time. I'm just waiting for the next. Here we go. Very good. Oh, Vernon and I are both going Paralysis. Well, he had Paralysis coatings in that moment, yeah. But yeah, the big thing when you're smoke bombing at the start here is that you just have to make sure that you're paying attention to the smoke bomb time. Like, how long has it been down? When can I expect it to disappear? If you get too invested in the hunt, it's so easy for time to just pass really quickly. And you don't notice that it's time to get ready to put it down again. This is going to be a much better round. Much better round. Oh, your bow can't use Paralysis? Well, someone else might. Oh, I see. Ami was shooting Paralysis coatings. That's what was going on there. I didn't realise that there were two people going bow, but admittedly, yeah. Ami had been using the deer shot prior to this hunt. Whoa. I'll go for the tail here, actually. I was thinking of doing it before, but I didn't commit. I think I've got high-grade earplugs on this set because I wanted to use it with Elantrion. But I realised somewhat recently that actually Elantrion doesn't require high-grade earplugs to resist the roar. You can actually just use Rocksteady, which is insane to me. How could it be that Elantrion, the final elder of the game, doesn't require high-grade earplugs? It's so weird. Don't really know what they were thinking. How does it make sense that a Giganox, for example, would have a stronger roar than an Elantrion? It's beyond reason to me. But whatever, I'm sure there was a thought process behind it. Please don't hit me. I just really... well, I managed to get the final strike out. At least. Whoa! That's not good. Getting comboed pretty hard here. And... because of Thunderblight. Oh, I need to get ready for the next smoke bomb. I wait for the smoke to begin to dissipate, just to ensure that I'm getting the full time of the previous smoke bomb. Alright. I will let you know when I'm almost out of smoke bombs, Vernon. I didn't see if you... Uh-oh, we need to be careful. Stygian's right there. It doesn't matter how close we are to Stygian. What matters is whether or not we hit him. If we do hit him, then we're in trouble. But if we don't, we'll be fine. And of course, bow users need to be careful not to actually hit him. I'm bouncing off the fucking tail, so I'm stuck. Really dumb. Again, I'm healing, but I need to watch out for... Oh god, need to be ready with a smoke bomb. I think I was life powdered there. Okay. I saw Stygian Zenoga roaring over there. Got a little bit worried. Oh, I'm a little bit off target there. There we go, nice work. And you guys can carve in peace. Very good. You can see I didn't drop another smoke bomb because he's not going to immediately run in and ruin everyone's carving. Alright, take it easy with the flash bombs, it's not fucking Freedom Unite. If you're going to use a flash bomb, you do it at times like these. Looks like Heather's putting down a trap. All the way over there? Why? I mean, you have to weigh up the risks as far as how close or how far you're going to put the trap from the monster, but there's no circumstance where placing the trap that far from the monster is in any way ideal or necessary or anything. That's just dumb. But anyway, it is what it is. Aha. Well, unfortunately I'm dragon blighted here, but it's alright. Just go in for raw damage. I'm kind of at risk here. No, I'm not going to go the full combo. I need a heal. I'm not taking the risk. It's risk taking that gets you killed in Monster Hunter, really. Oh, I have wide range, so I can actually eat a nullberry for the team. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I have wide range on this set. Is it? I think it's only wide range +1 though. I don't think it's +2. I will check. Because if wide range +1 can actually extend nullberry effects to the whole team, then that's pretty impressive. Wow. With wide range +1. That's pretty impressive. I hadn't taken notice of that before, and one of the reasons why is because I mostly used wide range in Try. Can barely see what's going on. Oh, probably shouldn't have gone straight into... Oh, that's not very good. Excellent. Great time to use a nullberry. Check this out. Pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. Now that's what I call being a team player. Removing everyone's Dragon Blight? Not a problem. Not a problem. It's definitely necessary and helpful if people don't bring nullberries, but I think everyone brought them this time. Can't speak for the deer shot guy, but yeah. I'd like to get in there and hit him a little bit more. He's just running around so much. In other words, I want to hit him as much as I can so that I can actually apply my paralysis. Get away from that. Well, it's already... Well, you know what I mean. I was worried about being attacked by that, or being hit by that dragon orb. Oh, I've got an itchy left eye. Don't know why. That rhymes. Oh, itchy left eye. Oh, that was a bit weird. What just happened there? Aha, very good. I'll do full... Oh, I was going to do full spirit combo on the face, but he is dead. Now that is a rather different hunt to the previous one that we had done. Now I'm actually going to carve this Stygian Zenogre, even though I don't really need his other materials. Well, I say other materials. What I need is a Stygian Zenogre Sky Emerald. For something, can't remember what, but yeah. I will definitely be carving him for that. What do I need it for? I need it for something. Anyway. It would be an Awakened Dragon weapon. Probably... Is it the Lance? I might have already forged the Lance. There was a Stygian Zenogre weapon that I forged somewhat recently using my last Stygian Zenogre Sky Emerald. But there's another one that I still need to make, so... Most of the Stygian weapons in this game, strangely, are actually Awaken, so you can't get the dragon damage unless you use Awaken, and the reason why is because they're very good dragon weapons, very good, so you have to actually commit to having Awaken on your set to receive the benefits of it. To receive the dragon damage, in other words. Receive the benefits of it being a dragon weapon, there you go. You know what I mean. That's a pretty good action shot. You can actually see the spread arrows flying towards the monster. And I'm swinging my sword. That's pretty damn good. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a button in this game where you can remove all of the, like the reward box and the quest rewards thing to just look at the image. But that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to take that one. Alright. Goody. Hopefully we don't keep doing this. Thanks for the follow, Frosty Brows. It's always strange receiving followers, or receiving follows from people who have never talked in the chat. But, you know, not everyone talks. I understand. Sell these. And hopefully we get something that we haven't done yet for our next hunt. But if it's Gold Raytheon again, I can live with that. I can definitely live with that. I would use something different to Gunlance though. Look, I'm not a fan of Gunlance, I just use it for a little bit of fun, but it's one of those weapon types, as I've said many times before, where I just can't use it too often, otherwise I get sick of it. Oh dear. I'm sure we're mostly doing Heather's quests here, so it's really up to Heather as far as what we do. I don't know why we'll assume that it's a female. I don't know why she wants that quest, but in particular. Maybe it's a good chance for Sky Emeralds, but still. It's a lot of effort that I'd rather not go to. I'd rather just, for example, if we do have 2 quests that are double Zenogre quests for each respective Zenogre type. In other words, you've got Cloudless Thunder for double Stygian, no, double regular Zenogre, and there's a double Stygian quest that I think is a set quest in HR8, so yeah. I don't think that arena quest is worthwhile doing, personally. And if it's posted again, I will tell Heather not to do it, because it's more effort than you really should go to. And I don't really like arena quests either. I prefer to go out in the environment and hunt the monster, even if the environments are so incredibly familiar to me, and I've been there a million times before. It's more interesting than some dirt arena, at least in my opinion. I think most would agree with me on that, but yeah, I really do. If I have a choice between doing an arena quest or a hunt in a locale, I think I know what I'm going to choose. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Vernon. He probably got an ad and was like, fuck this. Or something like that. I don't know what's happening with ads, I've got no idea how that works, but it's probably a thing. I haven't been able to choose what ads appear. Haven't been given that sort of choice. But hopefully it's nothing too crap. I think again it's very region based. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to choose, I don't think. In fact, that would be terrible for advertisers if the streamer could choose what ads would be shown. That would be terrible for advertisers, and Twitch would suffer terribly as a result. What is Heather doing? Come on. Didn't want to speak with Cha-Cha. Wasn't looking to do that. Do I really have to say what next every time? I feel like a broken record, you know. Someone else? IDM. Vernon straight in there with a quest. Ivory Indignation. Oh, that's right, you still need your hard horns. My condolences over that. God. Frickin' hard horns. What should I use? I guess we'll go Greatsword, yeah. And I believe that Rocksteady is good enough. So I would go fire, wouldn't I? Yeah. Yeah, we'll go the Apotheosis, why not? Haven't used this in quite some time. It seems that whenever I use a fire greatsword, I just use Awaken Fire these days. So we will use the Apotheosis. It's a lovely weapon, visually. It's one of my... It would probably be my top 10 greatsword designs in the series. I think it's quite cool. It's got like a demon face on the hilt. It's got almost this blossoming flame for the blade. It's very nice. But you know, most of the Morales weapons have very nice weapon designs. Holy moly, says Heather. What's that reaction to? The quest? It's not too difficult, fortunately. Well, that's right. Look, Amy is probably... I don't think Amy has anything else. That's probably the only real set that Amy has. I mean, if she's at HR 60 with full Giganox and Kelby Deershot, it's probably all she's got. Which is sad, but I mean, in my opinion, it's not much of a hunting experience if that's really all you're going to use. It's almost like not even... You're not even playing the game at that point, in my opinion. It's such a boring way to play. But, whatever. Oh, she's using the bow wrong? Right, she's actually charging it. That's the thing with Kelby Deershot. The way it works is, you don't want to charge your shots. What you do is you just tap X, and I think it might be spread 5 on charge level 1, or spread 4 at least. And what that does is it repeatedly applies slime to the monster. So you don't actually do damage with the bow itself, you deal damage purely with the slime. So you don't want to use it as a proper bow. But you know what, that's why these hunts haven't been going so fast, is because Amy is not using the bow properly. I'd rather not teach her how to use the Deershot properly. I will go and paintball this ivory. We can start with the one that Heather is currently engaged with. Yeah, don't go following me, Heather. Stay where you are. I'm going paintball. Well, I don't really need to paintball you. It's really the one that we haven't started fighting that I needed to paintball. Oh, well, someone took care of that. Whoever that was. But yeah, I'm not going to be helping out with the head here because usually Vernon can take care of the head on his own quite easily because slime breaks things like nothing else. Oh. Oh, I see, it's 2 on 2. Very well. Or 2 on 1, like, well, you know what I mean. We've split into 2 teams, which is a problem, and I will tell you why. It's because Vernon needs horns, right? And if Heather and I kill this thing without breaking the horns, which is probable because neither of us are going to be aiming for the horns, I'm using greatsword, she's using sword and shield, so probably not a good idea, Vernon, but whatever floats your boat. Well, yeah, she should be using a different bow. If she's charging it, she should be using the bow that Vernon's using, which is the Brachydios bow. Ahaha. I will help out with the head in some regard. That probably hit the head. Most likely. Ooh. Now, I was hoping that that attack was not going to actually knock me back, but it certainly did. It certainly did. There goes Heather. Probably, I mean, again, just a beginner. Probably not too familiar with the way the monster works. Sorry, says Heather. Well, that's quite alright. Just don't do it again. Uh-oh. I mean, that is a game sense issue, you know. If the way the monster moves is unfamiliar to you, yes, that can be a problem to deal with, so I'm generally forgiving of people who make mistakes on the basis of lack of game sense. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record in that regard either. Because I do say that a lot, you know, it's all about game sense versus common sense. The people that I don't have patience for are the people who just do dumb fucking shit. People who don't learn from their mistakes. Oh dear. It's a bit hot in my room still. I was talking about that yesterday. Don't know why it's so hot. If it seems necessary to take off my jacket, I will, but yeah. It's a little hot. It's a little bit hot, you know what I mean? Aiming for that chest. Could always aim for the tail, but I just don't need anything, and I couldn't be bothered aiming for the tail with a greatsword. It's a bit more effort than I'm willing to go to. Oh. Ahahaha. That's the nature of that attack. It's not really something you can shield out of. At least not with a greatsword. So what's my end damage with the Apotheosis? 1161 with purple sharpness. Not too terrible. It's not great, but yeah, it's mostly an elemental weapon. It's very high elemental damage. But 700 isn't as big of a deal with a greatsword because you don't attack so frequently with it, so yeah, I don't know. That's why you will always find with greatswords they have higher elements because they are infrequent attacking weapons. In other words, their attacks are infrequent. There we go. You need lots of mantles? Well, what, laggy mantles? I guess you would, wouldn't you? It's not just dynamos that you need for abyssal weapons, it's also regular laggy mantles. It's worth mentioning for those who don't know that Ivory doesn't actually have his own drop for rares. Some subspecies have their own rare drops and others don't. An example of one that does have their own rare drop would be Stygian Zenogre. That's the funny thing. Stygian Zenogre and Ivory Laggy really do seem like special subspecies, you know, they're quite inspired in their designs, and generally quite well done. You'd think that they would be of equal importance in the story and in the game. But Stygian has his own rare drop, and Ivory doesn't. So, what's the difference there between the subspecies? I don't know. It's just some have their own drops and others don't. Green Nagakuga doesn't have his own rare drop. Lucent Nagakuga does, though. Lucent Naga drops Cloudy Moon Charms. So, there you go. Just trying to get away from that. I think I'm going to have to take off my jacket, it's bloody hot. Don't know why it's so hot in my room. It's the humidity, obviously, but... Anyway. Oh. Don't know why I'm performing so poorly right now. I'm going for hits that I couldn't possibly connect with the monster. Whoa. That was a bit dangerous. What you doing? It's like Laggy couldn't decide what to do. He was just angrily trying to find a target. Let's aim for that back with our high element weapon. Oh, that's asleep. Which Heather is probably going to... Oh, Heather did not cancel it. How about that? Who? It might have been a Nahabra. Was it a Nahabra? Like, what was that? I didn't see. It might have been Heather attack. It might have been someone attacking. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it was, but that was pretty bad, whatever that was. You think Amy kicked it? What the fuck? Slap on the wrist for Amy. That's awful. I'd only placed one of 2 bombs and I got hit. I mean, kicking the bomb's not too bad, but I was going to do a great sword wake up. Oh. I was going to heal, but you're looking a bit pathetic over there, Ivory. Just trying to break that back. Or not. I reckon we can kill him here. Come on, let's do it. Very good. Nicely done. Take off my jacket. It is often hard to do in my chair. Oh god. It's like I'm gonna dislocate my fucking shoulder when I do it. Off you go. There you go. Alrighty. I'll actually keep my keyboard where it is, sitting on my laptop. Because it's never as comfortable to have the keyboard on your lap the whole time. I'm probably not going to carve because I don't think I need Ivory stuff. It's kind of infuriating to watch Amy. Well, maybe I should... The reason why I don't want to tell her is because I don't want her to be at peak effectiveness with the Kelby Deer Shot. It is frustrating to watch, I can imagine, but I don't want another Kelby Deer Shotter to descend on the community, if you know what I mean. It's not that. What's she doing? Oh dear. What? She keeps shooting me. She sets up right behind me and ruins my charge. What the fuck? I'm telling you, Vernon, the people playing this game right now fucking suck. All of them. Like the vast majority, probably 85 to 90% of them are particularly bad. We're not talking average, we're talking particularly bad at the game. I don't know why. I guess they're all, I mean, I know why, they're all beginners, but We're talking real beginners. Like, fresh meat kind of shit. Alright. Now, did you get any hard horns? This is the important... Oh, 1 out of 4 hard horns. Didn't you need 6 before? I guess you got 2 a while ago and you just haven't received one recently. Well, here's the thing, Autonomic. We've been trying to get these ivory laggy hard horns for Vernon for quite a while now. We probably did like 3 or 4, maybe even more than 4 hunts of ivory laggy without Vernon getting a single hard horn with the horns broken. So, for some reason he's had terrible luck with them. It's something like 30% drop rate. It's like 34% drop rate, something along those lines. And he just hasn't gotten any. He's just had absolutely heinous luck. So, this is your first ever hard horn, what the fuck? I seem to remember you needing 6. Don't know why 6 is sticking in my mind, but... it's pretty awful. But, yeah. Check how many ivory you've killed, Vernon. That's going to be quite telling, because basically every ivory he has killed, the horns have been broken. So if he can tell us how many ivories he's killed to get 1 hard horn, that'll give you an idea of just how bad his luck has been for it. It's pretty fucking rough. It's really rough. Heather is posting the next quest. Hopefully it's not. If it is going to be that stupid Zenoga quest in the arena, I will inform Heather that there is no reason for us to be doing it. 18? No fucking way. 18? 18 ivory with no hard horns? You must have killed some without the horns broken. We'll say at least 10 have been killed. Oh no, we did a lot of double quests, didn't we? Shit, it could be as many as 15 killed with horns broken. Oh god. Well, my condolences, honestly. Well, if you were always aiming for them, then it was probably 18. I just thought that maybe you were killing ivory laggies without actually wanting ivory stuff, so therefore you weren't aiming for the horns. But if you think you've broken them every time, in other words, if you think you've been aiming for them every hunt you've done since first fighting an ivory, then that's 18 ivories with horns broken, and only on the 18th do you receive 1 hard horn. That's pretty bad. Oh, 3 of those are high rank at most, I see. I forgot ivory was in high rank, actually. Heather, if you're having to change equipment, tell us what we're hunting, please. So then we can get ready for it. God damn. It's a little bit dark in my room, but that's alright. At least the chroma key isn't being affected. I wouldn't touch my room light here, because I'm getting a little bit of natural light outside and then it dissipates again and then it reappears, and I just don't want to play a game with it, you know. Oh, that's awesome, N10. That's perfect. N10, I swear to God, 110% swear to God, exactly as, like, just as you said that, Amy says, I gotta go, and leaves. I swear. That's incredible. So for those who are watching the VOD and can't read the chat, N10 says, alright, got my Wii U set up, let's see if Amy has to go. And just as he says that, Amy says, I gotta go, and leaves. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He got in. He got in. That's nuts. I mean, what are the chances? It was fated to be. I'll give you a hey. I do have your guild card, don't I? I'm quite sure that I do. Your most used weapon is Greatsword. Greatsword fist bump. Oh dear. What's going on, Heather? You don't know what you want to post? Using the Corona. That is the old weapon design for the Rathalos Sword and Shield from 1st gen. It also existed in 2nd gen, it's just I didn't have a reason to use it. Oh no, sorry, that's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a different one. It's like a thinner blade with like a hooked, almost axe head looking end to it. Anyway. And that's also from 1st gen, but it's not what I was thinking of in my mind. We'll see what we're doing, Vernon. If Heather really doesn't know what she's doing, then we can just... Well, I would almost feel bad to just abandon her, because if we leave, she's got an empty room. But I would love it if she could maybe make a quicker decision as to what she wants to do. Is there a G-level Kiki? Yeah. How could there not be? G-level Gigi. It's not a high rank monster. Or high rank only. There are no high rank only monsters. Every single monster that appears in this game will appear at least in G rank. That's not necessarily the case for high rank and low rank, but every monster will be in G rank at least. But if we're going Giganox, then I suppose we're sticking with fire, but I will change to something else. Maybe Lance. Let's go Lance. Because I do enjoy using Lance on Giganox. It's good fun. Because there's something about Giganox, the way he moves is just perfectly countered by a Lance. The Lance doesn't have much mobility, but Giganox always comes to you. So you don't have to worry about low mobility, and on top of that, he very, very clearly telegraphs everything he does. So you can just Lance counter without issue. He's just such an easy monster to use a Lance against. So it's good fun. You need Nightmarish Maws. I think those are hard to get, aren't they? Because Fearsome Maw is the high rank, and I remember trying to get Fearsome Maws in Try, and it sucked. I mean, it's so funny when I say that. I remember getting X material in Try, and it was so hard to get. I mean, that's how it was with all materials in Try. In Try, they made up for the lacking content by making all of your rare drops really fucking hard to get. That's why it was actually quite a... Even though there weren't as many weapons in Try, weapons and armor in Try versus, say, games like Freedom Unite and 3 Ultimate and even 4 Ultimate, it still felt like quite an achievement to make everything in that game. And I believe I did. I believe I made everything in that game. And, yeah, even though there's not as much to make, God, you had to work hard for it. Do I have the triple quest? I could check, yeah. Let's have a little bit of a gander. I think it's in HR6, isn't it? I believe so. Might not be. I'll check in HR7 just in case. But I think it's in HR6. Yeah, I don't have it, sadly. The Creeping Venom. Okay. I think we are good to go. Awesome. Feel much better after taking my jacket off. It's just too hot, I don't know why. I mean, it's fucking raining. Seriously, swear on something. I swear on my dignity it's raining outside and it's too hot in my damn room. So there you go. And of course, we do have a Morales weapon design here. Love it. Love the Morales weapon designs. I think there's one that I don't like. What's that again? Might be the... There is definitely a Morales weapon design that I'm not too fond of. So let's think about it. I like Greatsword. I like sword and shield. I like dual blades. Hammer is interesting. It's like a big flower. Just managed to get that. The guns are fine. The bow is nice. Switch axe. Oh, I don't like switch axe. I don't think. No, switch axe could have been maybe better. What am I missing? Hunting horn is amazing. Hunting horn is like my favorite hunting horn design in the series. Yeah, it might just be switch axe that I don't like. Which works, because I also don't like the switch axe design for Abyssal. And it especially works because I hate switch axe, so there you go. Maybe Capcom also hates switch axe. Ever thought of that? Prove me wrong. Now this is how you close the distance between yourself and a monster. You do a few little back hops and then you spin around again and you... Oh, look out. You can barely see what's going on. But yeah, back hopping is a good way to close the distance between yourself and the monster. And on top of that, you don't have to worry about fucking up your team. So that's the way I do it. Let's break that head. I forgot about that. I haven't been aiming for the head, I've just been hitting the thing. We need nightmarish maws. In fact, getting someone pinned there would have been a good chance to hit the head. Kind of tempted to drop him in a trap. Oh yeah, also shield advancing is a good way to close the distance if you're close enough to get there in one shield advance. You can't shield advance twice in a short space of time, so it doesn't work as well as back hopping if the monster is just like a few paces ahead. But yeah, if he's really quite close, then shield advancing is quite good. I'm saying this because I was hunting with a guy before who was just lance charging the whole fucking time with his lance. And it looked like he was doing it more to deal damage than to close the distance, to be completely honest. I'm assuming he was doing it for both reasons. I can say that he wasn't doing it purely to close the distance because sometimes he was lance charging when he was right in front of the damn monster, so he just really liked charging with his fucking lance and ruining the experience for everyone else. Good on him. And I believe he left of his own accord too. Oh, that's right, he left when I called him out. I was getting confused with the guy who was going combo greatsword. He left of his own accord. That head is still not broken. What the hell? I'm trying. You can tell... There we go, it's broken now. You can tell when it's broken because those weird purple things that serve as his eyes, I think they're heat sensors, they become smaller and, I guess, somewhat broken in appearance. Unfortunately, that's kind of hard to avoid. It's much more effective when compared with the weird neck stretching ability of Kezu. The neck stretching ability of Kezu is very focused damage. Like it hits in a very specific spot, whereas that hits everything in front of him. At quite a range from his body. Alright. Let's kill some Giggies. Some actual Giggies as opposed to Giganox, because of course Giganox is always shortened to Giggy, but Giggies are actually the small monsters, which can be cause for confusion in very rare cases where you might actually be referring to the small monsters rather than the large monster. I forgot that I should be carving them for Monster Essence. Monster Essence being the G-rank version of Monster Broth, and Monster Broth being the high-rank version of Monster Fluid. Did I get a nightmarish maw? I got a Grim Venom Gland. Gland. again, I will remind those of you who don't know, or maybe inform those of you who don't know, that there is actually a monstie in Monster Hunter Stories, at least in the anime, called Gland. He's the Devil Joe monstie. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to call him Gland. But that's what he's called. In English, Gland. It's a delight. An absolute delight. I'm going to lower the brightness of my room light. I'm getting a bit too much natural light outside. That should be a little better. And if I lose it outside, then it means I'll have to make another adjustment. Which is annoying, but that's what I've been left with. Those are the cards that I've been dealt. Anyone else? Go for it, Vernon. Get your ivory going, unless there's something else you want. But I would imagine that at this point you really do want ivory hardhorns. I bet your desire for them is greater than ever before. What would be fun to use? Could use elemental heavy bowgun. No, I won't. I wouldn't use it for a double quest. I'd use it for a single, but double, I just wouldn't have the ammo for it. Shame internal ammo isn't a thing. Let's use this. I mean, no, I don't want to use it. A hammer on an ivory laggy. You've got to be kidding me, Doomlink. Still working on the Awaken gun lance. Oops, let's check the fishery again, just in case, you never know. I'd like to confirm it to myself that you can actually get level 4 in the fishery from Port Tanzia. But at the moment I'm not really thinking that's possible, because I still haven't seen it. I could use Pierce. Let's use Pierce. Don't necessarily have to use an elemental weapon. Last one for you, Heather. Okay. You know what? I might actually use dual blades. Whoops, not Awaken. I want honed, thank you. The Fist Illusion. Another great design. I mean, look at this. How cool is that? They're actually fist weapons. You put your hands inside these claws holding these glowing fire orbs, and surrounding the fire orbs are almost these chakram designed dual blades with flames circling them. I mean, it's pretty fucking cool. They went all out with the weapon designs for Morales for sure. Let's go Weakener. Okay. My keyboard is somewhat in the way. Somewhat. Alright. Supplies delivered. So someone obviously got feline supply on. And we may as well start with this one, honestly. We're closest to this one. I think we're all closest to this one. Just getting my charge up as quickly as I can. Ended up bouncing on that head, annoyingly. That's why I don't aim for the damn head. It's because it's quite hard. Get away from that tail. Oh, That was kind of nasty. I'd chosen to use Demonize mode there, and I couldn't exactly evade backwards at that point, so... yeah, I was kind of doomed to take a hit there. Good opportunity for the back. Do the X combo. Again, X combo being the best for getting your charge up, because it takes the longest to conclude, I believe. Except for perhaps Demon Dance, but Demon Dance is best for damage, so therefore, for balancing purposes, it is the worst for... getting your charge up. Get away! Shit. I don't really want to use my... If it ever seems strange that I'm using potions instead of mega potions, sometimes I just choose not to waste mega potions in certain situations. I do value them. So if it seems like I can safely do it, I will use regular potions over mega potions. Oh, that was a bad decision. Unfortunately, I didn't get punished for that. Attacking in that moment, but... yeah. It is true that starting with this one is bad for rotation, because you can see the other one rotates into this area, whereas if we were to start with the one that was further south, the other laggy would rotate in a different direction. In other words, they rotate counterclockwise through the map. So, kind of a bad decision, but it's fine. I think we will kill this first one pretty quickly. Or pretty soon, it will be dead. Thanks for flinching me as you usually do, Heather. You are the best at flinching with the sword and shield. I've never seen someone do a better job at it than you. You've got a talent. Come on, Ivory, there you go. I will sharpen up, because it is good to make use of your purple sharpness when you're using a weapon that has limited raw capabilities. And the thing is, you might think that a weapon of this kind, and I've said this before, I feel like most of what I say is something I've said before, but it's important to note that the capabilities of this weapon are not just, you know, high element with low raw, and then your purple sharpness is making up for the lack of raw damage. Purple sharpness, or sharpness in general, does not just give you a multiplier on your raw damage, it also gives you a multiplier on your elemental damage. So if you've got high element and lots of purple sharpness, you're going to be doing a lot of elemental damage. Now, it does, to an extent, make up for your lacking raw damage, but seriously, provided you're fighting a monster that is reasonably weak to the element, if you've got a weapon like this, you're dealing pretty damn good damage. Even though it might not look as good, that purple sharpness is not insignificant. It's definitely a big deal. It just means you have to hit the elemental weak points as much as you can. Because obviously if you're banking so heavily on elemental damage, it means if you're hitting something that's not elementally weak, you're really not doing much. Yeah, I don't think this ivory is going to last very long at all. We've already broken the elemental weak point, which is a good sign. I just got launched off the fucking edge, which is the worst thing to happen in that area. It happens sometimes, but yeah, that's pretty bad. I'm sure it serves as entertainment for you, but oh well, whatever. I don't need a carve anyway. I'm going to need to raise the brightness of my room light again. I made a poor decision, and I knew it was a poor decision, but in other words, to lower the brightness. Because I knew that I was going to lose natural light outside again at some point. Yeah, I saw that both horns were broken. So cross your fingers. Would have been good to capture one of them, but hopefully you get another hard horn, at least one more. I don't know if it's possible to get two. I think it is technically possible. I think you can get one from quest rewards and one from break rewards, but maybe even multiple from break rewards, I don't know, but it's fucking hard, clearly, because usually you don't get any. Put it this way, it's not going to be another 18 hunts before you get your next hard horn. There's just no way. That is statistically improbable. Alright, let's sell the rest of that. Crossing my fingers for you, Vernon? None. Great. I don't recall it being such a goddamn difficult thing to get ivory laggy hard horns. I really don't remember it being that hard. Don't know what it is. Must be your particular desire sensor. I don't know. Why does my arm look so red there? It's not actually that red, is it? Actually, it is a little red. It's not that red, it just looks super red there. Look at that. What's that from? Oh, it must be from leaning on it. Oh, I'm getting natural light outside again. You know what I'll do? I'll just make sure my chroma key's not too strict. Should be alright. Oh yeah, that's right. Room is closing. Let's get out of here. And I'll make a room. We've got a few rooms here. Oh, mainly this one now, isn't it? Well, I'm going to make one. It's going to be HR 8+. And it's going to be relaxed hunting. There we go. Oh, actually, I should have let N10 make the room. He's a higher hunter rank than I am. Oh well. Is what it is. The good thing about this is that we only need one more person and we'll have a full group. And whenever you're in a room with 3 people, it looks more attractive to a prospective joining hunter. Hey Mars, haven't seen you in a little while. Not since I got back from my very brief break. Between the last time you joined and now, I am a Twitch affiliate because I finally decided to actually go ahead with that. I was eligible for Twitch affiliate like a year ago, or maybe even more than that, or longer ago than that. But, yeah, finally decided to do it. We've hunted with Dark Wolf before, but I don't really remember him. He's a high hunter rank though. Whoa, can't be too bad. I'm really getting annoyed about this natural light outside. It's one of those days where it just doesn't stay consistent. It's fucking annoying. No, it's fine. There are more important things in life, oftentimes, to my recordings, or than my recordings. Stygian's an ogre. I'll descend into Hades, here we go. Okay. Okay. You have to be very, very careful, Vern. You're going to be getting one shot. And I don't mean almost all of your health, I mean actually one shot. So my advice would be don't get hit. Well, maybe you won't get one shot when he's not enraged, but if he's enraged, be prepared for a one shot. I will use my setup that I went with last time, which is Dark Wolf, don't be such a miserable dick. What a fucking asshole. Just leaves the room. Why aren't you willing to... I mean, I have never seen someone so spineless. Maybe he doesn't have confidence in Vernon. That must be what it is. It must be because he thinks that Vernon's crap at the game because he's a low hunter rank. A hunter rank 3. Open your eyes and read the room info. I'm not even going to let you leave on your own. You're getting kicked for that. If the room says HR 8+, that is not... I mean, there's no language barrier that would result in you not understanding what that means. You're just not reading the fucking room name so you can get out. I'm really pissed off about that. Wow. Someone on Twitter that you found said that they will never play the older games because Longsword doesn't have a counter. That's really pathetic. That's actually deeply pathetic. On so many levels, that is sad. Because the point is, Longsword was always the noob-friendly weapon. And to have a counter on top of that is just unbelievable, because it does so much damage, it deals so much damage, and it's such an easy weapon to use, very simple, that to have a counter on top of it really just throw the balance of the weapon out the window, which is basically what most of the changes that Capcom has recently conceptualized do. It just throws balancing out the window. Things were a certain way and everything was in balance, and then they decided, oh shit, the hunters need to be so damn strong, so we're going to ruin the balance of all the weapons in making the hunters so strong. Longsword with a counter is ridiculous, and I don't even know much about it, but it's dumb. The mere concept is a mistake. Oh yeah, Edwing was fucking high rank. I would guarantee Darkwolf left because of Vernon's hunter rank, without a doubt. That's why he would have left. Which is a shame, but I do understand why. It's because there are a lot of low hunter rank people in this game right now who are genuine beginners. Genuine beginners, 100% suck at the game. So I understand why he would leave over that. I wish he wouldn't. I wish he would open dialogue with us and try to work out what's going on. But unfortunately, you have to judge based on hunter rank when the community is the way it is currently, and he made his judgment and left. He decided not to waste his time. Which is a shame, but it is what it is. I'd love to do this quest. I only need 2 more, I think, and I can get the weapon. I've got 3 skulls, or whatever it is. Hades' skull, yeah. So we're close, or I'm close anyway. It's a nice weapon. I do wish it was a little bigger than it ended up being. I feel like the size is just not right. It looks too small. But I do love the weapon design. And I would rather use that than my current Awakened Fire Greatsword. Hello, Wait 6. If that's the correct pronunciation. I've almost given up on pronouncing Twitch names, because it seems like one of the prerequisites of making a Twitch account is to make a name that no one can pronounce, so it could be correct, but if it's not correct, then I officially give up. Well, we'll see, Autonomic. I really don't know. If no one joins, then we might just have to not do it. But I do think Vernon made the right call in that being an opportunity to post the quest, but unfortunately Darkwolf just didn't have confidence in Vernon's hunter rank, so that didn't eventuate. We can cross our fingers and hope that we get a person who's willing to waste their time. Because I think most high hunter ranks would look at Vernon and assume that he'd just die, but yeah, we'll see. You have confidence that we can 3-man this? I'd call that overconfidence, Vernon, because with a full 4-man team fully optimized, it takes about 25 minutes. So I don't know, man. Potato subscribed at tier 2 so that he can get Loom Dink. Look, that was not a ploy, Potato, to get you to subscribe at tier 2. But thank you. The reason why Loom Dink... Oh, Jesus. The reason why Loom Dink is on tier 2 is because I've only got 1 slot for each tier of emotes. If I could have both of those emotes on tier 1, I would put them there, but I can't. So, yeah, thank you, Potato. And enjoy your Loom Dink. You are the sole individual who can use it at this time. Oh dear. The nightmare fuel begins. It's funny, I showed Ethan that emote, and he was thoroughly convinced, didn't even question it, that it was edited. He thought I had edited googly eyes on it. And I said to him, no, that's just me pulling a stupid face. Like, intentionally pulling a creepy face. And, I mean, he didn't get it at first. Eventually he was like, can I see the larger version of that? And I'm like, sure. And I sent it to him, and he's like, God, that's really funny. Did you edit that? And I'm like, no. And he's like, you're kidding. And I'm like, no. But anyway. Oh, that's a face that I made during a recording. The context was I was ranting about World, and I did a very nasty impression of World players and their general stupidity. And in doing that, I made that face. I was talking about, I think I said something like, World is the best game ever made, or something like that, and I was making that face with these bulging eyes, and that was the context behind it. It was not posed, it was, I mean, I can't remember what recording it was. It was a Generations Ultimate recording that I did. It was probably Doomlink's Live Hunts. But, yeah, that's a thing for sure. Okay, Vernon, let's do it, if you say so. If anything, I'm more concerned about how long it's going to take. That's mostly what I'm concerned about. I'll probably bring combinations for potions. I did that last time I did Descent into Hades, and I didn't actually need them, but if this is going to take longer, which it most certainly will, this is going to be minimum 30 minutes, absolute minimum, probably closer to 35. I will probably need potion combinations, and I'd recommend that you two do the same, because this is going to be a very long hunt. One issue here is that when you do take a hit, you're going to be healing a lot, because even if you're only getting hit very occasionally, you have to use a lot of healing wares to get back up to full, and the appropriate thing to do is to always be at full health whenever you can be, versus this monster, so that you can possibly avoid a one-shot. So, let's get some herbs, blue mushrooms, and honey. Which is strange to be doing. I don't do this often, but this is one of those quests where I feel that it's worthwhile. And we're going to put the whiskey away for this one. For reasons that I'm sure you can appreciate. Okay. Blue mushroom. Should be good. How am I going for light powders? Light powders are good. I will, just because I noticed it, get some whetstones. For those who haven't seen this quest before, enjoy. It's one of the hardest quests in the series. Without a doubt. Vernon's being given something. Oh, you only have 5 herbs. Can one of us give you blue mushrooms? Sure. I can give you 10 of those. I mean, it just goes to show how unnecessary blue mushrooms are when a hunter rank 800 needs me to give him blue mushrooms. The point being that he just hasn't had a need for them, so he hasn't gathered them. Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, I think we're ready to go. Also, null berries, extremely important. Extremely important. If you don't have null berries for this hunt, it's going to be a very sad day for everyone. I think that's everything. I think we should be good to go. Yeah, I'm sitting on about 160 myself, Vernon. Alright. Let's do it, everyone. We're in for the long haul, and the reason why this is hard is because this is going to be 30 minutes engaged, minimum 30 minutes engaged in a monster that can almost one-shot us, which means that in those 30 minutes we have to try to avoid a possibility of a triple card. The longer you do a hunt like this, the higher the chances of failure are going to be. The longer you do a hunt like this, the more healing wares you will cycle through. So that's why the less time you spend in this hunt, the better it's going to be overall. Now, I thought he spawned here. What is going on? Oh, that's right, he's down in there. Silly me. Silly me. You're going to spam Loom Dink every time I talk about World? Well, fair enough. I mean, you're welcome to just send Loom Dink in any case. Like, I don't mind. I can live with Loom Dink. Loom Dink is for the people, if you know what I mean. I shouldn't have used a Mega Potion for that. That was a bit over the top. So again, the big thing about this hunt is striking a balance between playing safe and trying to have the best DPS possible. Because if you've got crap DPS, you'll be in the hunt forever. But if you're too aggressive, you'll take too many hits and just cause trouble for yourself and the team. So it really is a fine balance between those two things. Amelia visited the port. Well, too little too late, my dear. And I would not recommend that you stay, because you'll be sitting there for 30 minutes at least. I swear on whatever I can swear on that I did dive that, but sometimes, and it's very annoying when this happens, the game doesn't actually let you sprint when you really want to dive. Have you noticed that? Whenever you don't need to dive, it always lets you sprint. But as soon as you need to dive, it's like, nope, you're not going to be sprinting at this point. That's not happening. All the shield mixed sets, says Amelia. Okay. Nice. I'm not going to be aiming for the tail, because it's not going to break. Like, or if it does get cut, it's going to be cut much later on in the hunt, like really far down the line, so it's just not worth it. I'm not going to do it. If you've got a team of people who are willing to aim strictly for the tail, then you'll get the tail cut at some point. And it's helpful because it technically reduces the range of effectiveness of Zenoga when he's doing his attacks. Sort of an extension of his hitbox that can be shortened, but it takes a very long time to cut the tail, and the reason why, that things like tails take a percentage of the overall health of the monster, and that percentage needs to be dealt, that percentage of health needs to be, I guess, taken out before the tail is cut, and because it's a percentage of an incredible amount of health, it takes a very long time to cut the tail. So, it is what it is. Performance so far on my part hasn't been too great, but it's alright. One thing I did forget to do was bring combinations for traps, but it's not a big deal. We'll be alright. It is Beans, except the difference here is that he's physically bigger and hits like a truck and has an incredible amount of health. So visually, I mean, keeping in mind I just took that much damage and he's not even enraged, okay? So he is extremely strong and he's just generally not to be trifled with. But we'll be trifling with him. For example, I mean, my performance so far has been terrible. I've already used 4 Mega Potions, and we're not even 5 minutes into what is going to be a 30-minute hunt. So that should give you an idea as to my current performance. It's just not good, but there's not much I can do. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. I definitely was doing better with the last hunt I did on camera with this, but that's alright. Oh, Vernon isn't actually getting one-shot by the enraged attacks of this monster, which is good. That's actually encouraging. I was pretty damn sure he would be. I guess he's got good defense on that set. Like, particularly good defense. Where did the name Lord Zor come from? It was just a random name that I thought of when I was making my Freedom Unite character. I just thought of a name that could... It's not like a character or anything specific. It's just a name that I came up with. So Lord Zor is just what I stuck with, I guess, because I had started in Freedom Unite, made the name Lord Zor, and when I made my Monster Hunter Tri character, I just named it what I named my Freedom Unite character. And because I had played so much of Tri, the name really stuck for me. So I just stuck with Lord Zor after that. So any male character that I do in a game will be called Lord Zor. Whereas female characters, it's not really solid. My 4 ultimate female character is Countess. My original world character on PS4 who was female was Victalique. And all my other female characters are Draculestia. That was me trying to shield, which was not too successful. This is kind of dangerous. I'm just going to leave and maybe heal with potions. If that's even worthwhile. I'll be back in there shortly. Yeah, it's not an OC or anything like that. There's no story behind him that I've conceptualized. It's just a name that I stuck with. Oh no. Death number 1. 1 death in 5 minutes. Well, is what it is. I suppose I didn't help by not being present. I didn't even intend to necessarily leave the area, but I did. Oh, that's right. He has an additional level of enraged. He's in his current fully enraged form, I think. Anyway. I'll do my best. I mean, we will try to succeed in this hunt, guys, but if we do fail, I'm not going to be surprised. I'll put it in those terms. Got you in the middle of healing? Well, that's what he does. He launches himself sometimes. Unfortunately, with this monster, there's no real margin for error. That's why he's difficult. That's why it's hard to survive in a 30-minute hunt with this guy, because at some point in those 30 minutes he's going to catch you. That's the difficulty. Oh! That was nasty. How many nullberries have I gone through? 3. As you can see, it's not worth repeatedly sharpening up to purple, because I go through it too quickly. It would affect my DPS too negatively to sharpen up, so I won't do that. Oh god, did you see what he just did? He went to do something, and then he just did something else instead. So I didn't know what the fuck to do in that moment. I just had to take the hit. Which is annoying, but... So now he's fully charged. This is where one-shots take place. I had forgotten that he had... This is where you don't want to take a hit. Because you can see he's got a more intense dragon aura around him. I don't know how I got caught in that. That's a dumb hitbox. I don't like it. I will use a life powder for the benefit of our healing wares. Oh, unfortunately, N10 healed himself anyway, so that wasn't too helpful. I don't like it when you prowl towards me. Don't like it at all. Keep away. But yeah, when he is fully charged like this, he becomes more aggressive too. So not only does he hit harder, he also becomes more aggressive, so you need to sort of decide if it's a good idea to even attack him. I do it because I have the mobility to succeed here. I would never, on my life, use a gun lance like N10 is doing. Does anyone have a pitfall? I'm going to drop a shock because that's what I have. I just want to make sure that we can get something out here. Oh, I hope someone else has a shock trap because I was considering saving that for a capture. I hope one of you has a shock trap because if we can't capture this thing, it's over. Well, not necessarily, but it's going to be bad if we can't capture, that's for sure. But if any of you have a shock trap and you're only sitting on one, save it for the capture. In fact, I would be almost willing to reserve 2 traps for a capture just in case one of them doesn't get used, or like he leaves the room and we can't use the trap, something like that, you know. I mean, that wasn't oversight, not bringing pitfall traps. Admittedly, I don't really have any, but Vernon's getting eaten, which is annoying because he might leave his... Yeah, he's left his exhaustion phase because he ate Vernon. He's had a munch. Get away from that. Shit, that was dangerous. Doing another. Just don't want to go close. But yeah, not on my life would I use a gun lance like N10's doing because it just, for me, does not have the mobility that would allow me to keep on this monster. I wouldn't have the DPS to really do anything. Now, N10 is probably better with a gun lance than I am, I don't know, but for me it's not an appropriate weapon type. Oh god, go away! I'm trying to heal you, prick. But yeah, being able to survive is not the only thing you need to worry about with this hunt. It's also dealing enough damage to get him killed. So you want high DPS and survivability. So for me, Sword and Shield absolutely wins, because I've got high DPS, damage dealt is good enough, certainly good enough, and good survivability. What? God, he went launching himself into the lava over there. I'll help you out with your healing there, Vernon. Less to help you out of a difficult situation and more just to save your healing wares, because that's another part of all this. No way on my ass. You are not comboing me, man. You keep out of there. Keep out of my anus. Oh yeah, that's another thing that I forgot about. It's stamina items. That was an issue last time I was hunting this thing. I think I killed this monster last time with no stamina. Like, for the last 2 minutes of the hunt, that time I think I was out of stamina entirely. It was really bad. I can't actually get a run up to dive when you do that, man. You piece of shit. I'm definitely healing a lot more now than I was last time, and I don't know what's different. Must be out of sorts or something, but I'm definitely playing much worse. I will combine for potions. Oh shit, I'm creating garbage with regular potions. That's a bad fucking start. Alright, so we've got some mega potions there. Okay, I have 10 mega potions for the rest of this hunt. That's what I've got. Back off, Rhinopolis, seriously. N10 got hit when he entered the room. Nasty as it is, but that's what we're dealing with. So we're, you know, almost halfway through the hunt. Getting there. Yeah, I don't like fighting him in there. You need room to breathe. I was expecting him to move a little more than that. You know, he did his walk forward maneuver and then I start attacking him and he just stops. So I'm attacking nothing. So yeah, thanks for that. I feel like a real dickhead now. Ah, that's a good opportunity. Let's get that head. Almost a full combo on the head. Oh, that would have actually been a tail swing. But he got knocked out of that, which is good. That's good damage that we dealt to him there. What I hate is that he's straight back into charging up too. Absolutely hate that. I won't sharpen up until I drop down to blue. There goes that next claw, which is good. Not too bad at all. I'll wait for that orb to have a go. And it's sharpening time. I think my boom stand is partially visible there. I'll live with it. Have to be ready to avoid this shit. Ugh. It's good to see him flinched out of that though. But yeah, let's not engage him in the corridor. Bad idea. Okay, that's a little better with the boom stand. Oh no. Now I'm stuck on the fucking hot ground. I will max potion this. I might take a hit from these orbs. Unless I can dive. Okay, they actually went under the ground, fortunately. Doom stand. No, you see, now that's garbage. That is complete fucking garbage. When he just randomly does that attack, and I happen to be standing right where one of those orbs spawns, there's nothing I can do. Oh my god. It's so frustrating. I can barely see what's happening. I need to be ready to dive. Okay. As you can see, I'm now at a point with my stamina where this is getting a bit awkward. If I need to do things like dive, I really don't have much stamina to work with there. You know, these orbs are really what frustrates me about this hunt, because I feel like I have to sit there and wait for them to do whatever they need to do. I think he's leaving the area. Yep. Well, thank you, Maths. We'll see what we can do. If anything, at this point, it's just surviving. That's really what we're doing at this point. I mean, 3-manning this monster is definitely an achievement. I mean, that's not something everyone's done. That's a little unusual. A little out of the norm. And I'd be happy to have that under my belt. Have to shield that. I can't possibly avoid that any other way. Oh, you were going to give me stamina stuff? I'm sorry. We'll do it once he leaves this area. I can survive with this stamina for now. I need to make better decisions on when I jump in for the attack. See, I don't want to fully heal myself there because it would be just a little bit of a waste of a Mega Potion. It's always a good chance to get some damage in when he's in this mode, because he's quite docile. Just gonna get a hit in or two, and then I'm gonna... No, no, no! I rolled right on it! That's awful. That's actually awful. Okay, I have to be ready to avoid these. Almost tempted to let my red health recover a little bit. Okay. I mean, it was a bad decision. I chose to risk it, and they say you have to risk it for the biscuit, but there was no fucking biscuit in that situation. Am I safe at this health level? Probably not, but I'm staying here. Sitting on 5 Mega Potions for the rest of the hunt. We hit the 20-minute mark just a few moments ago. Past the halfway point. Oh. Why did I? That is so awful. Against my better judgment, I'm going to max potion that. I'm just going to hope that I don't die. Just felt like the right thing to do. I can't waste my Mega Potions further. Alright, stamina materials, please. Stamina wares, stamina whatever. Much appreciated. Thank you. And that's going to help me a lot in combat also. I just realized that's my last Nullberry. That is bad news. You know what? I really have performed so much worse this time because I didn't have a problem with Nullberries last time. Didn't have a problem with healing wares. And I'm having a problem with both this time around. So, yeah, this is bad. But if, even in spite of that, we succeed, then happy days, happy days. Getting hit by fucking fire geysers, placing me in a terrible position for... I don't know if you just saw that, but that's something to farcast. That's something to farcast. I had shielded that attack, anticipating it, but it came from my far left side and went right around my shield. I'm sorry to abandon you guys, but I cannot possibly heal that. That's just ridiculous. I'd use the rest of, well, maybe not the rest of my Mega Potions in doing that, but it would be bad. At least I can get some Nullberries. And I'll get Flash Bombs also. And I'll try to get there as quickly as I can. I've put you in an awkward position because 2-manning is not fun. I'm actually going to sharpen while in the area because I don't want to leave you there for too long. Again, we just need to get him to limp. That's all we need. Once he's limping, we will be in good stead to succeed in this hunt. Feels good to have full stamina. Feels very good. I feel slightly more capable than before. I say only slightly more because I'm not feeling too great about my play at the moment, but still. Vernon's DPS is probably the best of us all. Because he, for example, in that situation was still able to attack. He didn't have to worry about being too close to go in for the attack. See, look at that, I can get out of there so much easier with all this stamina. Whoop. And I can roll so much more. Oh, it's lovely. That's an interesting direction to go in. I wonder if that is an indication of health in any way. He usually doesn't go that way. From this area. That's a little different. You know, I could have sharpened up there. That wouldn't have been a terrible idea, but whatever. See? I can't do shit in that situation. It spawns on me. I mean, the only thing I can do is dive, or anticipate and dive it, but... Where are my nullberries? Here they are, they're all the way over here. I might need to sort this out. What do you mean, duplicated items? Not sure what you mean. No! That was fucking close. That was scary. Well, you may as well flex it. Potato, you're the only one. It's these orbs that I hate. I have to sit here and wait for them to be done with whatever they're doing. If I want to play safely and sensibly. I feel like he probably only comes to this area at a certain health level. I have a feeling that that's how it is. Oh god. And if it's true, then it means that he's probably in the final third of his health, which would be great. I mean, that wouldn't be too far-fetched. I'd say that's how we're going here. Now, it was around this time when he was limping in the 4-man hunt that I did before. So, hopefully we are somewhat close to being done with this. No way. I would have shielded that, but I thought he was aiming for N10 with that shoulder charge, but no, he was going straight for me. Straight for me. Shitballs. No, stop it. Get the fuck away from me. Miserable shit. I hate getting comboed. Like, if you get comboed by this guy, guess what? All your health is gone. You take one hit and you're in the shit. Imagine getting comboed by him. He's limp egg. Alright, boys. Now it's time to survive. As long as we survive, we'll be alright. We've definitely done very well. We've done very well. Well, oh my god, I nearly entered the area there. N10, we've got a limp, come on. Oh, come on, man. Nice work, guys. That is a 3-man descent into Hades with a single death. Very nicely done. And sub 30. Really nicely done. Yeah, I mean, I guess your faith was certainly founded. Do we want to do it again? I'd be happy to do it again. It's up to you guys. I don't mind. I don't mind. But I only need one more to get the Anima Reaper, so... You've got to go to work? That's cool. Well, next time the situation presents itself, we will do it again. Really happy to see that we succeeded. And that's no small feat, 3-manning this monster, so very nicely done. Would I ever play Warzone? Sure, I'd play it. I don't think I'd stream it, no. Not even on Doomlink FPS, but in terms of play it, yeah, I'd play it for sure. Amelia did stay, you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, thank you, Marths, and I see you've gifted a sub to McSnackbar, whoever that is. McSnackbar. And there is my 4th Hades skull. The greatest insult is to complete this hunt and not get a Skarmold. I wouldn't call me a quickscoping god in Modern Warfare 2, but I was definitely a non-ironic Modern Warfare 2 quickscoper. Non-ironic in the sense that, you know how it turned into a meme? Well, I was one of the quickscopers from when it was the thing to do. Basically what I did to get good at it was I changed all my classes to sniper classes, and I said, hey, guess what, man? If you don't like it, tough shit, you're going to use this until you get good at it. And I became very good at it. Like, long-range quickscoping kind of thing. Took me about 6 to 8 months of smashing my head against a wall, but the result really was very good. So, but that was a long time ago. I still retain a little bit of the muscle memory to do that, but that was on a controller. And FPS on controller now just feels wrong for me. Can't believe Amelia's still here. What is your hunter rank? 860. That's probably why. Doesn't have anything else to do. Wow, Amelia's actually here too. You know what we could do? We could... N10, would you like to do it again? We could do it with Amelia. Let me know how you feel about that, N10, and we can try that again. You want to try it again? Okay. It's not my first year playing. Well... Yeah, I guess, says Amelia. Well, all we need is a willingness to do it. That's all we need. Where is it? Send into Hades. Where is it? Probably gone past it. Is it an event quest? It is. It's the last one I need. You got your 5th skull 2 days ago. I mean, it shows you. I mean, Amelia's been playing probably since it came out, just as I have, and only got her 5th skull 2 days ago. So, I mean, it's a process. Takes a little while. I mean, that's not to say that for the last 5 to 6 years we've been... I guess it's getting on 7 now, isn't it? Holy shit. That's not to say that in the last, we'll say 6 years, we've been repeatedly doing the quest, but... yeah, it takes a while. Oh, I see. Well, that's good, Vernon. I mean, whatever you did, it worked well. Because I'm telling you, if you were getting one shot, that would have been a very different result. And you weren't, so we succeeded, and that's very good. We're going to, again, bring materials for potions. Do you need herbs again, N10? Because I can't give you them. I don't have any myself. I've got... I'm almost out. I've only got 5 left. You need blue mushrooms. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'll give you those. Got plenty. Give you 10 of those. Oh right, I was very confused for a moment. I had 7 subscribers but 8 sub points and I was confused, and then I realised that Potato's on tier 2. Don't feel lonely, Potato, because you've got... you are the one person who can use Loom Dink. That is an honour. Am I out of... No, I'm not out of max potions. I'd already topped them up. Alright. Just need to make sure I'm not missing anything. Nullberries help. I will be going to the bathroom before I depart also, because I feel like I need to, and that would be awful. That would be an awful way to hunt Descent into Hades, needing to go to the bathroom the whole time. And I would hate to go AFK for like 2 or 3 minutes. It'd be awful. Alright, what should I eat? I've already eaten. I've got Acrobat and Hurler. I really should have been eating for Moxie. But whatever. That was just me not paying attention. Alright, let's make sure we've got what we need. Okay. Should I guess I'll bring combo books, yeah. I've got space for 2 combo books, so let's do it. That'll be perfect. And I will bring energy drinks. I think I've got some, don't I? No, I don't have any energy drinks. I've got 2 in my inventory, and that should be alright. You know what I'll do? I'll bring Mega Dash Juice. That's a better idea, actually. My energy drinks are actually in my gunner pouch. Awesome. That's a good situation there. Amelia. What is Amelia's set? Alright. Recovery speed +2 with immunizer. I don't know about great luck and... I mean, Dragon Res is good, for sure. You know what, that's actually a decent set. Just don't hit me twice, yeah. Oh, here we go. Wow. We've got a lot of sub-gifting going on here. Potato's going nuts. This is like him shouting drinks at the pub, you know. He's gone nuts tonight. BRB 2 minutes. I am going to the bathroom. Decided to boost the room brightness, as in for my webcam, because it's a bit dark. Fix the chroma key a bit. Okay. Alright, we've got some... Oh no, there's a thinking... whatever it's called again. What is it again? A dink roll? Yeah, there's a thinking dink roll now. Okay. Back. My boom stands in an awkward position. I'm just getting ready for the long haul, you see. Oh. Alright. Descent into Hades, 3-man, attempt 2. Oh, someone sent a message. Hopefully that wasn't someone joining the room. Here's hoping. If it was, that's going to be awkward. Fortunately not. Fortunately not. Alright. Hope we're all ready, because this is going to be quite an experience. I have faith in this team as well, you know, after seeing a successful run. Oh, I didn't bring a trap. I feel like a real fool. That's why I had all that space. Hopefully you've got a shock trap there, N10, because I don't. But yeah, we'll want that for the capture, and what I was going to say is that having a successful run with a group of 3 for the last hunt definitely has left me feeling pretty good about this hunt as well. I just need to make sure that I'm pulling my head in and hunting properly. Oh, that's not going to be happening, Potato, and you know that. That's your way of saying, I don't want to gift another sub, so I'm just going to throw that out there for fun. Anyway, yeah, I'm never going to stream World, you've got to be kidding me. I'd never do it. Well, I won't say never. I'll say I certainly won't be doing it this year, and most likely not next year either. Because what that would entail is me playing World, which is just not okay. On a scale of 1 to 10 for not okay, 10 being not okay at all, it'd be about a 9 for not okay, so... encroaching upon the territory of 10. So, yeah. No! I don't know if you saw that, but that was a bit too on target for my tastes. Zenoga, that scared me. What about Dauntless? That'd be an 8 out of 10 on the not okay scale. Definitely an 8 out of 10. Beautiful. There's a pitfall. I feel bad for not contributing traps or anything, but I mean, we were 3-manning before, and we had a no-trap run, basically. It was a no-trap run. Actually, I did use 1 shock trap for damage purposes, but that was negligible, if we consider how much health that would have, you know, affected. It's getting bright outside again, oh my god. Imagine having 2 Descent into Hades 3-man runs under your belt. I'd be happy with that. Not too happy about getting hit there, but... it's getting bright outside. Drake visited. I'm tempted to tell him that we're going to be gone for a while. Oh god. When I said on the not okay scale, I'm saying 10 is the least okay. And it's an 8 on that scale, so you tell me if I like Dauntless. My brief Dauntless story that I'll tell you is that one day Ethan was like, okay dude, I have a game that I really want you to play with me. And he knew that I didn't want to play it. And I was like, well, what is it? And he said, well, what I'm going to need you to do is get the Epic Games Launcher. And I said to him, you're walking a fine line, man. You're walking a fine line. You're going to get me to download the fucking Epic Games Launcher? I'll be lucky to hold in my lunch in the time that it's going to take me to install that. And anyway, eventually, I brought myself to disgrace my PC with the Epic Games Launcher. And it was at that time that he announced what the game that he wanted to play was. It was Dauntless. And I was less than impressed, but I did it. I got the Epic Games Launcher, made an account, and got Dauntless, installed it, etc, etc. Got it ready to play. And we played it, and I swear, 15 minutes later, Ethan says to me, Doom, I'm really sorry to do this to you, but I can't play this anymore. 15 minutes later, from the moment we launched it. And I just laughed and I said, come on, man. I understand why you feel that way, but come on. But that was my Dauntless experience. And it was pretty bad. It wasn't a good day. It was just a nothing experience. It struck me as being a very, very generic MMO. MMORPG. It's just very generic, no real noticeable inspiration behind it. In no way comparable to Monster Hunter. I mean, in no way. It might have been similar to Monster Hunter in the beta, but it's not anymore. It's just a generic, massively multiplayer online RPG. And it's not really worth my time. And it certainly wasn't worth Ethan's time, because he wanted out. He was done. So, yeah, I mean, I was willing to put more time into it than he was. I wasn't going to play it for more than a day, but I was going to put more time into it than 15 minutes. But he was done. So, yeah. What about Deer Hunter 2017? Well, I think I'd enjoy that more than Dauntless. I think I'd get some fun out of Deer Hunter 2017. Not that I know much about it, but it sounds fine. I can imagine it's a hunting game where you shoot game. Which is a funny phrase I just spoke. But the point is that... I mean, I wouldn't do it in real life, but I'd do it in a game. I don't mind. I don't like killing animals, but if it's a video game, then sure. Might be fun. But... yeah, in other words, I think I'd get some enjoyment out of it. It would be a novelty for me, because I've never played a game like that, so I'd sooner play Deer Hunter 2017 than Dauntless. You can put me down on record for having said that. I don't mind, because it's true. Those I'm not too familiar with, Beans. I will say that as far as video games go, I don't play too many of them. Not because I don't like playing video games, but rather because the way I play games is I put a lot of time into a small number of games, or a lot of time into specific series of games, and I don't play many new games either. So, generally I haven't played a lot of games that people ask me about, you know. When Potato started watching me, he would always ask about these random new games that had come out, and I was just like, look, I don't play any of that. And it took him a while to realise that it wasn't worth asking me, but... seriously, I just don't, unfortunately, play new games for the most part. The new games that I play are new iterations in series that I've played for a long time. So... that's the way I do it. In terms of first-person shooter games, like... Potato asks if I'd be willing to play Warzone. Yeah, sure. But I'd still play World at War more. That game came out in 2008. I play the original COD 4, I don't play the remake. The remake, I hear, is basically the same game, but I prefer it server-based, as opposed to matchmaking. Matchmaking was a mistake on PC. Matchmaking destroyed FPS games on the PC. So... I'd sooner have a server-based community. In fact, it's thanks to server-based FPS games that those games actually still have communities to play with. You try to play Modern Warfare 2 on PC, good fucking luck. That was the first COD game that they had matchmaking based, and that was a shit show. The PC gaming community was spewing, as they say in Australia. They were not happy. And for good fucking reason. And time has shown that matchmaking pretty much single-handedly ruined the longevity of the game, and every game to follow. Yeah, exactly. I'm still going through Neo, and that's an example of, you know, me not playing too many games, you know. I have every intention of jumping back on Neo, absolutely, but it's sort of it's almost something that you play when you want to scratch a Souls itch, and generally I just play a Souls game when I want to scratch a Souls itch, because I have a lot that I still want to do with Souls. I've been playing that since Demon Souls came out, and I'm still getting a lot out of those games. And so if I want to scratch my Souls itch, I'm jumping on Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. That's 4 games that I can play, and I enjoy them a lot. I didn't always enjoy Dark Souls 2, that's a story in and of itself, but yeah. Yeah, exactly, Potato. Looter shooters? No. Zero experience with those. Zero. I don't even really know what that is. So, let that be an answer to your question. Are we talking like Team Fortress 2 sort of thing? Or is that something else entirely? I don't know. Don't know what a looter shooter is. I haven't even heard of that classification. I hope I've been hunting alright. I've actually been playing entirely subconsciously. I might actually play better subconsciously than I do consciously, I don't know. Am I going for potions? I'm actually doing a little better for potions now than I was last time, actually. So, I guess I play better subconsciously than consciously. That's good. But maybe I'm playing more carefully subconsciously, that's why I'm not using as many potions. So that might mean my DPS isn't as good, I don't know, but yeah. Think of Diablo, but a first-person shooter, I see. Well, hadn't heard of it, and I don't plan to play any of those anytime soon. Oh no, again, that's if you're close to him when he's doing those stupid orbs, it's a bad time. As has been demonstrated on multiple occasions. Keep away. I'm gonna use potions here. I think we're doing good so far though. It's a willingness to do a long hunt, really. That's what you need here. As long as you can survive and as long as you are willing to hunt for a while in one single quest, you'll be fine. Whoops. The tail was moving me there. The Nier series? I wanted to play Nier Gestalt when that came out, but I didn't get around to it, so unfortunately I missed the boat on the Nier series. Missed the boat in the sense that I don't really want to get on board with a new series right now. And had I gotten into Nier Gestalt when it came out, as I was intending to do, I would be playing the Nier games today and enjoying them a lot. But I'm invested in other things now, so I just don't do it. Which I don't necessarily regret. I'm sure I'll get into Nier at some point. But, I'm not into it right now, so I'm not playing it. Yeah, that's right. That's true as well. I remember you mentioning Drakengard. Potato, so I will do that. I'll try to keep that in mind, actually. I'd forgotten that until you mentioned it again just now, so I will try to remember that. If you ever see me saying that I'm playing Nier, ask about Drakengard, because I might have forgotten. Rocket League is actually... I was talking about my friend Ethan. He's obsessed with Rocket League, absolutely obsessed with it. I have technically played it, and the only reason why I have actually played it is because Ethan was obsessed with it, and he really wanted me to play it with him. If that weren't the case, I mean, that was very clean what you just did there, Enter. That was very clean. Good trap placement, and you managed to get your Wyvern Fire out nicely. But yeah, if Ethan weren't so obsessed with Rocket League, I wouldn't have played it at all. But I'd say it's a decent game. I don't really like games that are all about gameplay and nothing else. I like to have a world or a setting that frames the gameplay. In other words, I like to have some level of context surrounding gameplay, whereas a game like Rocket League is pure gameplay. You're controlling a car and you're hitting balls around. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't interest me necessarily. I mean, my basis as a gamer is as an RPG player, right? So if you compare an RPG to a game like Rocket League, it's quite different. So yeah, Ethan is very good with Rocket League. He's very good. He's on the precipice of hitting Grand Champ, I think. And he's aiming for Superstar Legend, or whatever it is. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? Something like that. It's SSL, Superstar Legend, I think. Supersonic Legend, that's what it is. Anyway, I wouldn't know these things unless... It's because Ethan always talks about it. It's his obsession, so I know about these things. Otherwise I'd be clueless, but... yeah, he's very good. He's very good at the game. He's clocked about 2,500 hours at this point. In the space of a little over a year, which should give you an idea of how obsessed he is. I'm not obsession shaming, I'm just saying that he's really into it. That's not a bad thing. And he'd be here to talk about it if he were actually watching me live right now, but he's gotten out of the habit of watching me live. He's playing Rocket League right now, I can guarantee it. When I went live, he actually launched the game, so he's probably playing it right as we speak. A lot of you probably don't know Ethan all that well, that have joined me recently. In fact, Takashi has... I don't even think Takashi knows Ethan very well, sadly. It's just he hasn't been involved recently in my channel too much. Part of the reason is because I usually get him on the live stream and then I'll listen to him with my earphones, but my earphones broke a while ago, so I need to get new ones and I'm dragging my ass on that. But at the earliest possible convenience, I'll get him on for a Monster Hunter recording and I might hunt with him too. In fact, that would be the ideal scenario. He's just a really good friend of mine. And he's very good live with me, because I'm naturally very negative and he's naturally very positive, and it's a very nice interaction. We balance each other out very well, and thank you for the life powder, N10. I'm going to get myself some... Oh, I'm such an idiot. You know what I did? I gave N10 my blue mushrooms and forgot to give myself another 10. I am so dumb. Well... Again, I was rolling in anticipation of getting that stupid orb coming after me. And it still wasn't good enough. What a joke. Uh-oh. Yeah, I met Ethan through Monster Hunter, so at least we have that in common when it comes to playing games. And he enjoys the Souls games now. I got him properly into that. He started in Bloodborne, which isn't a Souls game, incidentally, and I don't care what you have to say. It's not. But I got him on board properly with that. Oh, you've got to be fucking me. Here I am having to heal while the monster's down, like a dick. Well... I just need to be careful with what I'm doing, I guess. Let's drink a Mega Dash juice. Good idea, Doomlink. You're full of good ideas today. Trying to use the body as a shield there. Worked reasonably well, but I got hit. No, stop. Alright, life powder, N10. Oh, no. Don't go max potioning. Goodie. Thanks, Part Breaker. Well, aim for the tail then, damn it. Or was the tail cut and I'm being dumb? No, the tail wasn't cut. Part Breaker would be good for a tail cut for sure. Drake is sitting in the room, still, by the way. I mean, that's something you just don't see in the Generations Ultimate community. As much as I talk about this community being filled with new players who don't know what they're doing, it's still different to Generations Ultimate because you can get people joining a room and just staying. Just sitting there patiently waiting for their turn to play. And you will not see that in Generations Ultimate. I guess I should be aiming for the tail then, I don't know. Look, I'm not committing to the tail because I don't like aiming for it when I'm trying to fight this monster. I'll get a few hits in. Oh, there you go. I was ready to get the hell out of there, actually. Because it is dangerous to attack this monster while he's charging up. It's quite dangerous. I didn't mean to continue attacking there, but whatever. Have another cool drink. Oh, then again, I could always actually eat my herbs, couldn't I? There's nothing stopping me from doing that. It's a bit silly, but... Imagine just, I get almost all of my health taken away and I'm just sitting there slowly eating herbs. That'd be quite funny. Using herbs in a Descent into Hades quest. Good fun. I'm staying away from... You've got to be joking! It spawns on me, and what is this business of this crap spawning on me? I'm getting really sick of it, game. Dick-headed monster. Most wouldn't have the patience for this, but here I am. You doing a follow-up? No. Unfortunately, N10 missed his Wyvern Fire, and I'm getting stuck in these combos. No, you fucking don't. Bastard. That's a max potion right there. Lag compensation will have dealt the damage. Don't spawn any orbs on me. I've had enough of that. I managed to heal N10 just before... Oh no, maybe I didn't. I thought I had managed to use a life powder just before N10 left, but actually that was him healing himself in the other area, so... I'm being a doofus, it would appear. It would appear. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. I'm loving this infinite stamina though. That's actually really helpful. Makes a big difference. Doing a big follow-up? That's not too big. Picking up. Whoa, that was nasty. There was an awkward flinch there. Aiming for the tail because it is a little safer in this situation. Sheathing just for more mobility here. Here we go. That's why we do this. Got a shock trap down. I'm actually going to complete my combo here. Uh-oh. Ha 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 ha. Didn't last long, but at least I got a few hits off on the face, and at least N10 got his Wyvern Fire off. Because that's a good point, N10's probably struggling to get his Wyvern Fires here, because this monster is moving a lot. So he's probably not doing as many of them as he'd like to. I don't know if I should use a life powder on Amelia there. Oh, that's a nasty situation. Yeah, I was expecting Amelia to use a max potion. That's why I didn't want to do it. Didn't want her to end up wasting a max potion. Ow. I'll have to let natural recovery help me out here. And then I will use my last mega potion. We'll see what we can do. I just need to be really careful at this point. Stamina depletion is resumed. Alright, I'm almost at the point where I want to use my mega potion. Here we go. Oh. Well, do tell, Vernon. That'd be helpful to know. Because it might help me in troubleshooting other people's issues. I might have to use a max potion here. I don't want to, but let's do it. And now, from this point, I just have to try and not take a hit because we are getting towards the end of this hump. And it's gone much faster for me this time because I've paid less attention to the hump. Which might sound weird, but because I paid less attention to it, it went faster. Much faster. I'm almost surprised that it's already been 25 minutes. That's a limp, baby. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is indeed my last Hades skull. Oh, I see. So your phone can't handle the whatever Twitch is doing. Oh, we've got 2 shock traps here. He's right on top of this one, so we'll definitely use this one. He's being a bit non-cooperative. Or uncooperative. I'll dive into here. And he jumps over the trap. I mean, beggars belief. He is dancing on this thing. What a dick. Asshole creature. How is he still not in it? Thank you. God, I don't ask for much. Very nicely done. Two out of 5 Descent into Hades quests complete were 3 mans. Very nice. Congratulations on the bad greatsword. It's not that bad, come on. I mean, technically, if you were to get a list of the best greatswords in the game, the Anima Reaper would probably not be on that list, but who cares? It's not about being as effective as possible when you're hunting, at least not at this point in the game. Oh, Drake only just leaves. We just finished. Imagine waiting for 20 minutes only to leave when we finish, knowing we've finished even. Come on, Drake. Yeah, why did he wait the whole fucking time? That's bizarre behavior. Yeah, this did go smoother, and you know why? It's because I was focusing too much on the hunt before, clearly. Apparently, I play better subconsciously than I do consciously, so that's great. Hades Skull, number 5. And I can now make the Anima Reaper. Which is quite exciting, honestly. Because it's been a long time coming. Long time. I have passively wanted it. Almost since I started playing the game. Because I really liked the design of it. I liked it a little less when I saw how small it was on the body. And I still don't quite know why it's so damn small, but Still a nice design. Oh, Drake must have disconnected or something. Or he left and then checked his chat history and realized, oh, they're back. Don't know. It was funny though, I brought those combo books and I didn't end up combining because I forgot blue mushrooms. That's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. Nicely done though. I don't need my Mega Dash juice anymore. Goody. Pals in Skymerald, yeah. That's a rare occurrence. They should have just increased, they should have given you an almost guaranteed Stygian and Ogre Skymerald for completing that quest. I mean, how damn stingy are Capcom? Like, what's wrong with them? What am I... Oh, that's right. Nullberries is what I'm trying to get. How are the hunts going? We just succeeded, Marths, with our second descent into Hades. I now have 5 skulls from that event quest. And consequently, I will now be able to make a weapon that I've been wanting to make for a long time. And I just wasn't willing to do that quest enough to get it. But I have now reached the point where I can make it. That is going to be my new Awaken Fire Greatsword of choice. Greatsword, Anima Reaper, there it is. That's the weapon design, check that baby out. This is based on the Pirate J Greatsword. It's the same weapon design, but a different color of it. It's, as you can see, well, the Pirate J Greatsword is like yellow and red and quite colourful, whereas this is quite a dark looking design, which in my opinion fits, like this coloration fits the design better. So, there we go. The Anima Reaper is finally mine. And you can see that it's just a little too small. There's something about it, it's just a little too small. It loses its... It looks fat, that's what it looks like. When it's that small, it looks a little too fat. And I'll tell you why. It's because when it's sheathed, it shrinks. You can see the end of the blade actually will retract. But when sheathed, it just looks too damn small. Amelia's got her Anima Reaper. Just putting it on for fun, clearly. Oh, we've all got our Anima Reapers. We're the Anima Reaper team. What would we like to do? Let's do Hallowed Gem. That sounds like fun. Here we go. That seems like the most fun monster that I can think of for like a fire weak monster. It looks shrinky-dinked. Yes, indeed. Now, what dies to fire? You have your answer, Amelia. You have your answer, although it's technically not great to have Rocksteady against this monster because it's not going to do anything. You need high-grade earplugs to resist a Gen Roar, but this is my Awakened Greatsword set, and this is an Awakened Greatsword, so here I am. Now, this is actually not so bad as a Greatsword. It's not that great in the sense that it doesn't have purple sharpness, but so what? I can live with that. It's actually quite fine. It's not bad at all. It's not a bad Greatsword. It might be comparatively bad if you were to compare it to Greatswords like the Serra Symmetry and the Deviljho Greatsword, but come on. It's good enough. Yeah, it becomes bigger when you unsheath it, but it looks a bit stumpy when it's sheathed. You don't have an Awakened Greatsword set? Oh well. I actually made it just because I wanted an Awakened Greatsword set. I didn't even make it for this weapon, but now that I have this weapon, I have a good set to use it with, so that's good. That's goody. Drake is using the Morales Switch Axe. I mean, this is a good day today. I feel like I've achieved something. Well and truly. What set are you using, N10? Wrong person. Oh, you're going raw. Okay. Well, it's not a terrible raw weapon. Oh no, he disconnected. DC. We'll just wait for you to get back in if you can. I'll wait for him. I really, if I am going to type on the keyboard, should put it on my lap. It's a bit awkward sitting on my laptop like that. But yeah. It's a good day today. Dark Wolf. Sorry, Dark Wolf. Ah, shit. I'm not going to kick him, I'm just going to say, sorry, Dark Wolf, waiting for someone. Stop saying changing set. Can you read what I'm saying? Do you understand? I don't want to have to kick you, man. Because it's a bit rude to do that. If he joins the quest, I'm just going to have to kick him. Because... Is Monster Hunter my go-to game? Yeah, sorry, Dark Wolf, I have to kick you. I mean, admittedly, I don't have N10 in the chat letting me know that he's good to come back in, but I have to assume that he'll be back in momentarily. Sorry, Dark Wolf, I don't mean to do that to you, but I did tell you that I'm waiting for someone. But yeah, it's my go-to game in the sense that it's what I play most, but Dark Wolf is back, I don't think I like him. Well, I don't know what he's done to deserve any dislike, but... Yeah, hopefully N10 hasn't, like his internet's not off or something. Because then I would have kicked Dark Wolf for no real good reason. Oh, that's right, yeah. Oh, he joined back. Well... Look, N10 hasn't said anything in the chat, so I think I'll just have to leave him then. He's probably joining and is gonna have a go at me. It's like, well, I told you that I'm waiting for someone, and I apologized. I can't do much more than that. He knows he's been kicked, but he obviously doesn't know why. I mean, I don't know what more to say to him than I'm waiting for someone, but because N10 hasn't said anything, I'm just gonna... Oh, well. Oh, you're coming... Well, N10, I kicked Dark Wolf for you, but then he came back, so... What I'm going to do is I'm going to depart with him, because I don't want to fuck around with him too much. Yeah, sorry about that, N10. I just don't like to fuck around with people too much. Oh, you can't come back for now? Well, that's good. I'm glad. Because I almost considered kicking him again, and then I realised, well, that just wouldn't be right, so... Glad I didn't. First hunt with the Anima Reaper. In the year 2021, God. Had I told my 2013 self, you do realise you're not going to get this weapon until the year 2021, I would have just sat there and laughed. Would have sat there and laughed. And promptly would have not believed whoever would have told me that. 2021, what a joke. No way. Yet here I am. Took me that long. Oh, no, 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 no. These Deluxe are causing a bit of worry. You have to wait quite a while to be at the... Oh shit, what hit me? Must have been Deluxe. I don't want a Deluxe to be the first thing to receive my swing of the Anima Reaper. No, that's not true, Beans. This is very interesting. This is the first time you've seen a Gen Moran. This is a Gen Moran subspecies. You don't just move here, you climb on his back, and the fight eventually progresses to what's called a final showdown, where you actually fight him on an open area of sand. So in other words, you're not just stuck on the ship, no. Oh, the sword's much better unsheathed. Just that little extension there is an improvement. So, I'll give you a short tutorial. Basically, going on the back will allow you to attack 2 breakable parts of his spine. This is the first part. Coloration here is a bit unusual because this is a subspecies that is unique to this game. Gen Moran appears in 3 games. He appears in Monster Hunter Tri, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, and Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, the game that I'm playing right now. He only has a subspecies here. He also appears spiritually in 4 and 4 Ultimate through the monster Darren Moran, who is what some would describe as a reskin of Gen Moran, but I enjoy him too. And, yeah. The objective really is just to attack the shit out of him. And attacking his breakable weak points here, they're not really that weak. His real weak points are inside the mouth. Or his main weak point is inside the mouth. His arm is actually not too bad either. But, yeah, the main reason why you do this is just so that you can feel like you're progressing through the hunt in some way. It's just a fun thing to do. It's also, you get wound rewards from it too. Don't remember exactly what. Probably... Oh, what would it be? I'm not too sure, but there you do get wound rewards for breaking the spine. And when you are on his back, there are things that can hurt you. He can shoot rocks up into the air and harm you that way. If you're at the rear breakable point in his spine, in other words closer to the back of the tail, he can lift his tail up and actually hurt you. He's about to try to throw me off. You can tell because he starts to shake his body. I'm just going to jump off him. I don't really want to demonstrate that. But yeah, if any person were to stay on his back there, they would have been thrown off. They would have lost a lot of health. And would have been thrown into the sand. Now, you automatically climb up this rope, and then once you get up here, you press A to climb back into the ship. And when you are holding onto the back of the ship, you are actually at risk of being hit off. You can actually be trolled by people. You can be shot at by a bowgun and get knocked off. Or a stray Gen rock can actually hit you off the back. I don't think I've ever had either of those things happen except in Monster Hunter Tri, which was the first game that Gen appeared in. So maybe that's not possible anymore. But while you're actually climbing up the rope in the sand, you can't be hit off the rope. Gen Moran is now going to jump to the other side. Oh no, he's not. Okay. He moves a little differently in his hallowed Gen form, in other words his subspecies, versus regular Gen. Normally he would have swapped sides. He actually jumps over the boat and will attack the ship from the other side. But yeah. Yeah, he's effectively... Darren is effectively a reskin, yeah. So now he's going to jump to the other side, and I'll try to demonstrate this for you. He's going to jump over the boat. As you can see. And we'll see what he does. He's probably going to charge the boat. Amelia is waving at it. I'm about to get a Deluxe fucking... How it works is the Deeliks are just swimming in the sand around the boat, so sometimes they get... Oh, that's terrible. Why would you use the binder there? We can't cannon the thing. Dark Wolf. Just got hit by a Deelix again. I guess that's true, Mars. I think that would be really interesting too, where you're on like you're at sea in a storm or something, but this was... I do love the story behind this. The story behind this is that in the city, Loch Lac, when this monster approaches, a sandstorm rolls in, and it's called the Festival of Fear. And all the hunters go out on these boats on the sand in the Great Desert and hunt the Gen as he approaches the city. I don't know if it seems to be more sport than an attempt to keep the village safe or the city safe. But the city of Loch Lac was the online area of Monster Hunter Tri, and events were on rotation in that game. So event quests, as you may know them, were not always there. They would appear for a few weeks at a time and then rotate to different event quests. And when Gen's event quest would come, a sandstorm would roll into this city area. And it was really good. Just amazing. There were 2 quests to choose from. At least I think so. There was a low rank one that had no join requirement, which was repel only. And there was a high rank one that was slay and repel. There might have been 3, but I think there were only 2. But, yeah. That was a high rank game, there was no G rank in Tri. At this point I'm just attacking inside his spine just because, you know, it's better to hit this than to hit just somewhere random on the body. I'm doing this to deal damage to the actual monster itself. It's better to do this than attack with siege weaponry on the boat. Ballista and cannons don't necessarily do no damage, but it is better to use a weapon. In the case of Darkwolf, he is shooting with pierce shots, which is the best way. If you really want to kill a Gen very quickly, you use a pierce gun. Preferably something with crouch fire, because there's no real reason to have good mobility versus this monster. Oh, there's a way to stay... I didn't know there's a way to stay on top of Hallowed Gen when he jumps over the boat. Hadn't heard of that one. You say was, but I'm guessing that's still possible. Oh, what I was hoping there was that Gen would actually hit me forwards, and then I would be launched onto the boat. But I actually missed the hitbox there off his head, which is funny. Well, I know that there was a low rank Gen in Tri. I just mean to say that I thought there might have been 3. Like a non-repel low rank, but I don't think there was. I know that there was a low rank non-join requirement quest that was repel only in Tri, because that was the first one that I did. And it was awesome. I loved it. I died pretty quickly because my defense sucked. Oh wow. Well, that shows you how much damage we're dealing, because there is a step to that fight where you shoot the Dragonator from the bow of the ship as Gen comes and attacks from the front. But we skipped that. Why would you bind there? So that you can shoot the tusks? Why? That's so strange. That's a strange thing to do, Amelia, and you know it. I don't care how much you've played this game, you know that's a strange thing to do. Maybe she's doing it because she knows that the binder will recharge by the time it's actually needed from now, so... I don't know. Amelia is a shitty binder. Well, I don't know. I think she did it because she could. But it didn't achieve anything, in my opinion. I have to shield this because I cannot resist the roar. But yeah, unsheathed, this weapon looks much nicer. Check that out. And what a good quest to kill this monster with. Or rather, what a good quest to serve as the first quest that I use this weapon with. What a good quest to kill this monster with. That doesn't make any sense, Doomlink. The arms can break here, so that's what Drake's aiming for. We're doing a lot of damage here, so there is a risk that we may kill Jen outside the carving area. Because you can see that he's coming out of this open sand location, and we can only go a certain distance that way. See, I've just hit an invisible wall, and if he dies there, you obviously have to walk into his body to actually carve him. But if he is outside an area that you can traverse, then you're not going to be able to carve. And that is the risk when you're dealing too much damage to him. And we're kind of at that risk right now. That's why no one's really attacking him. Dark Wolf could just as well be shooting him. But he's being quite docile at the moment. It's because we're trying not to kill the damn thing too quickly. The pierce shots don't ricochet, they pierce through the monster. The only shot that ricochets is normal 3. Normal 3 is a single impact. Oh, let's see if we can get our calves. I don't think we can. I think we're only going to get half of them. See, we're not going to get the head calves. Oh no, you can reach the head. How about that? Nice work. That was a very quick hunt. Oh god. That's a strange attempt at a dink roll with sunglasses. But, yeah. Oh, that was the leg carve. I hope I've got... Well, it doesn't really matter. I don't necessarily need the items. Okay, so that's interesting. Only one carve zone. Oh no, I just got it. I just got it. It's here, guys. You can just get it here. You can just barely get it. Come on, Dark Wolf. It's not an underwhelming fight. If you are doing it for the first time, as Marth says. The reason why it may appear underwhelming here is because we are a very highly optimized team. Very highly optimized. You do not usually kill this monster in 10 minutes. Usually it's about a 20-minute hunt. 15 to 20 minutes. That is if you're not really, really well optimized, but we are, so it's a quick hunt. As soon as a person's using a pierce gun, it's almost unfair, because you're constantly dealing really good damage to the monster the whole time. The way the monster is balanced is to make it so that you can't really do heavy damage to him until you get to the final showdown. But because that guy's using a pierce gun, he can just do heavy damage the whole damn hunt. So we get to the final showdown real quick and then he just dies. So, yeah. Oh. Well, it's not a... it is effectively a good set, but I don't know about that one. It's not too bad. Look, I don't know. Bye. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Twitch emotes either. Vernon, I've got no bloody idea. What is that? What is that on my head, N10? God. What's the emote called? Dinkroll FC? I don't know what that is. It's too small. Anyone got 2 Nibble Snarf or what? 2 Zenoga. I'm sure I've got either one of those. Let's check 2 Nibble Snarf. I don't really like 2 Zenoga. I'm assuming Amelia's looking for gold crowns. Oh, I actually don't have either of them. Join if you can, N10. I think you said you were able to come now. you've got an open slot. Got 2s in, okay. Doubles and ogre, my favourite. Oh, I see. Okay. Drake saying something. I can post and start, but I gotta AFK for a bit. Well, that's alright. It's not a big deal. I'll just figure out what might be good to use. What would I like to use? Not too sure. Understood. I wouldn't use a hammer. Could use light bowgun, but... No, I think I'll use... Yeah, let's just do... Awaken Calcamatium. That's what we'll do. Wherever that may be. Calcamatium. Is it really rarity 9? It is. I had a feeling that it was rarity 8. Whatever. Seems my only rarity 8 sword and shield is the Gimbal Gaia, which is the Chak Chak G rank version. Chak Chak Wagga Wagga Gimbal Gaia. That is the tree. The only time you play Monster Hunter these days is with me? Well, I do play regularly enough, so that's not too much of a surprise. But it is true that I don't play... The only Monster Hunter games that I play in my own time these days are the PSP ones. I play a lot of Freedom Unite and Portable Third in my own time, but in terms of 3 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate, I only play those when I'm recording them. And I do intend to record more Freedom Unite and Portable Third in the future. Absolutely, like, expect that. Expect soon, not soon, maybe in the future at some point, that I will be recording a shitload of Freedom Unite and Portable Third while live, because I would love nothing more. I would love nothing more, but I just need to get some sort of setup that feels good for me. And it's a long story as to why recording on my PC isn't as comfortable. But we're going to confuse who? We're going to confuse which one is which? Someone with... Oh, we're going to confuse someone with 3 sword and shield? I can't imagine. Sword and shield team. Well, there's a lot of love for sword and shield. This might actually be a Gold Crown Small Zenogre. Look at him, he's a baby. Now this might just be because I'm so used to Descent into Hades Stygian, but... I don't know. I think he's small. I think he's a little baby. But yeah, I can't get enough of Freedom Unite. I could play that forever. I don't care how much time passes. I will always get enjoyment out of Freedom Unite. I love that game. Yes, it's a little rough around the edges. I will not argue with that. But compared to first gen, it's a polished masterpiece. And as a Monster Hunter game, I think it's good fun. I love that. I love that game. What the hell are all these dink emotes? God, this is like... It's good because I almost feel bad for you. I feel like I need to give you more, but I can't give you more because I have limited slots, you see. As I get more sub points, I'll be able to increase the number of dink emotes, but I feel as if you are deprived of dink emotes, and as a result you're having to have different versions of the same one. I like the thinking one though, the thinking one's quite funny. Suppose I should be aiming for the tail, shouldn't I? Oh dear. But yeah, thank Tron for that emote. He grabbed that one. That's not my work. Loom Dink is my work, but Dinkroll is Tron's work. It was during a Wind Waker recording, I think. About a month ago. And I did a silly eye roll with my tongue out. And he made an emote out of it, and I got him to send it to me yesterday. So that I could actually use it on my channel. There's a flipped Dinkroll now, is there? It's almost out of control. It's got a life. It has got a life of its own now. Bella visited the port. Hi. Oh dear. Oh yeah, still playing Legend of Dragoon. That's good. There's something very satisfying about being in the right position to avoid a Zenoga tail swing. It's like this Zenoga's doing this very over-the-top maneuver. It's almost, how do I describe it? It's almost, it's overly dexterous, it's overly, you know, it's just a bit visually extreme. And you're just casually avoiding it, like, yeah, whatever, you can do your little prancing maneuvers, Zenoga, but you're not hitting me. It's one of those sorts of things. Yeah, lots of Zenogas, actually. It's a dog days, you know. I suppose you could say that. You know, the most, a joke among my friends is that you've got cat girls, right? But you've also got dog girls. A great show that I watched a while ago is called Dog Days. I love it. It's like dog girls instead of cat girls, right? And there's like a crappy story along with it, but it's cute. And the best thing to do is to tell someone who's got a real thing for a wolf girl. You tell them that's a dog girl, you know. They're gonna be like, no, it's a wolf girl. It's a dog girl. Tough shit. And there is a secret war that goes on of cat girls versus dog girls. It's actually rather unknown because it's an old war that has been fought for a long time among the enthusiasts of the anime world. And dog girls are better, okay? Just keep that in mind. Yeah. Well, not so inner, actually. Quite outer, I just don't talk about it as much as I could. The reason why, well, I know that show, Vernon, but I decided not to watch it because the CGI is a bit too extreme. Like, there's too much of it, and I'm just not a fan. But it does seem funny. I think I'm going to read the manga for that one. I think that would be a better idea. Oh, we're not really talking about anything particular, Beans. I'm just talking about dog girls versus cat girls. And my friend mentioned that there were people who were actually so ignorant that they thought dog girls were invented by way of that virtual YouTuber who happens to be a dog girl. And I hope there aren't people who are actually that ignorant, but it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I've seen the same thing happen with game series that suddenly become popular. You know, you see some pretty shocking ignorance out there. But Oh, it seems to be a good show. I don't like CGI in anime. I think it's terrible, and I think it should be boycotted and abolished. Well, maybe not boycotted, but certainly abolished. We don't want CGI in anime. It's a step backwards. The only reason why they do it is because it's a spider. You know, it's a lot to animate with hand-drawn animation, but yeah, I just don't like CGI. It looks gross and it's not okay. That's why a lot of idol shows just don't work. Are you capturing? Yes, you are. And Drake has been AFK for a while. But anyway, for example, let's look at Love Live. The problem with Love Live is that you've got these characters that you relate to, and then they go on stage and dance, and they look like different characters because they're all in CGI, and you can't actually connect with it properly. I skipped all of the dance sequences for Love Live because, well, they don't even look like themselves anymore because it's just totally different art. And it's almost pointless to watch. So I just didn't watch the dance sequences, which was kind of the whole point of the show in a way, but yeah, I just didn't bother. Because I just think CGI is awful in anime, it's gross. I understand why they do it, but I hate it, and I will never support it. It was in the early 2000s when they just couldn't help themselves. They were like, well shit, we've got this technology, let's do it. And so for those of you who have experience with watching some of the shows from the early 2000s, particularly those of you who have an experience or have the experience of watching shows from the late 90s and then it rolls over into the early 2000s and then you start to see things that would have otherwise been done in drawn animation are now being done in terrible early CGI. And really, it never got that much better. I mean, early CGI was pretty bad, but it never got good. It's always been awkward and something you put up with rather than enjoy. But I guess everyone has a different preference. But for me, it's all about drawn animation. That's the only way you can do it right. Yeah, that was the show I was talking about, Vernon, actually. Good show, I enjoy it. You know, if you like a fun, light-hearted show that's fairly cute, Dog Days is great. And if you don't develop an appreciation for dog girls after watching it, then you don't get it. And you should never have watched it in the first place. But yeah, I'm a huge anime fan. I just don't talk about it all that much. Because I know that some people might not be right into it like I am, but I'm bloody into it. Absolutely. Okay, well, Berserk would be your extreme example of bad CGI. That would be your extreme example, and I never really watched that, but this is a funny story. I didn't get around to watching the original Berserk anime, like the original one, because I remember this was during a time when I wanted gory anime, and someone was trying to sell Berserk to me by saying, oh, it's so gory, and then I watched a few scenes and I was like, this is low level, man. This is barely gory at all. And so I didn't watch it on that basis, which is so sad because there's a lot more to Berserk than the gore, clearly. So I somewhat regret that, but this was at a time when I was searching for the goriest stuff. In other words, the 80s and 90s direct-to-video OVAs that were more graphic than, 10 times more graphic than what would be allowed to be shown on TV today in Japan. In fact, it wasn't even okay to be shown on TV back then. That's why it was direct-to-video. But, yeah. Very realistic gore, in other words. And very detailed in its drawings. You know, stuff like the original Devilman OVAs and Violence Jack and Genocyber and all of that sort of stuff. That's what I grew up with. But, when you're younger, you like a bit of gore, but I got over that. And in my search for gore, I happened upon Elfen Lied when it first came out. And, it was fine. I didn't dislike it. And then suddenly, a number of years after it came out, there was this hate train that suddenly took off from the station over Elfen Light, and I'm like, well, okay, if you say so. It's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not that bad. It's sort of like how a lot of people like to hate Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online, again, not that great, but not that bad either. I don't like hate trains. I think it's dumb. People just get in the habit of hating things for fun, you know? Oh yeah, Beans. People jumped on that. I mean, it was, I think, let's say about 5 years after it released, people jumped on a hate train for it. Absolutely. They were like, this show is shit, blah, blah, blah. It died down again, but it lasted for a while, with people jumping on hate train for that. I enjoyed Elfen Light at the time, and looking back on it, it wasn't that well done, but I enjoyed it at the time. I didn't like that the blood was very pinkish. I thought that it was a bit unrealistic, and obviously the amount of blood was also ridiculous. But, yeah, I don't know. That's true, Vernon. You're absolutely right about that. I enjoyed that scene. But it was so long ago when I watched it that I would have to do a rewatch, to be completely honest. I'd have to do a rewatch. I think it was 2007 when that came out. Bloody hell. That was a good year though. That was when I was really getting into anime. Because I started in 2006, which was an amazing year for anime. Amazing. I got a Skarmruld. That's my third. But 2006 was an amazing year for anime. You had Death Note, Black Lagoon, Code Geass, Fate Stay Night, Suzumiya Haruhi, you had Higurashi. Just so much was coming out at that time. It was an absolute... It was the tip of an iceberg, you know. Well, maybe not the tip of an iceberg, but it was... Because that suggests that it got better afterwards, but that was really the peak, is what I mean to say. That was when anime hit its peak, in my opinion, and then after that it could only go downhill. But it's been very good recently, I will say. I think it was last year, that was an amazing year. 2020 was slated to be the best year of anime in living memory, but a lot of shows got delayed and cancelled, for reasons that we are all familiar with. But, you know, amazing year, and this year's been quite good also. But 2006 was a year to remember, and I'm glad that was my first proper year of anime. That was amazing. I was going for a ride, I'll tell you that. Black Lagoon ruled my life for a little while, and so did Higurashi, and... Oh yeah, and Hellsing Ultimate. The Hellsing Ultimate OVA was also coming out that year. Wow. Hellsing ruled my world too. What a year. The problem with 2006 was that that was the change, like 2006 into 2007. A lot of the shows that started in 2006, for example, were moving into 2007 also. Because a lot of the ones that I just mentioned were not just 12, like 2-core animes. They weren't just 12 episodes, they were 24, 26 episode animes, so that a lot of them moved into 2007 as well. And the problem with that was that in 2007, there was a change from 4:3 ratio to 16:9, and so some shows were actually made in 16:9, but were cropped to 4:3 ratio on TV. So it looked awful, and it wasn't good to watch at the time. I mean, that was one drawback from that particular era of anime. It was the fact that 16:9 shows were cropped to 4:3 for TV, and that's the best you got at the time when it was airing. But outside of that, great fucking shows, and was overall just good fun. Absolutely good fun. It's been a while since I last watched Black Lagoon, but I've rewatched it a lot. A lot. I don't know if I want to do this quest. I'm really not too sure about it. Could I be bothered with it? It's one of these quests, as soon as I look at it, I'm like, could I be bothered? I think this is one monster at a time, though. If it's not, then I'll have to get my smoke bombs at the ready. Another Zenoga, indeed. In case I hadn't fought enough Stygian Zenoga at this point already, or Zenogas in general. This is definitely a Zenoga recording. I wasn't expecting to be 4 hours in, but I am. Or almost 4 hours in, that's fine. 4 hours of 3 ultimate? Nothing wrong with that. And I'll keep on going. Ugh. Clannad I'm not a fan of. I don't like sad stuff. I try to avoid it. I watched the first season of Clannad, which is good because that wasn't too sad. It was the second season that was crushing, and I avoided that. But, yeah, not a fan of sad stuff. Like, I remember I was so close to watching Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso, and thank God someone told me it was sad, because when it came out I was like, this looks nice, and then I, was expecting to watch it, and I had it all downloaded, I was ready to go, and then someone said, oh, it's sad, and then went into how sad it was, and I was like, dodge that bullet. But, yeah, that was good. Glad I didn't watch that. Angel Beats. I'm glad I didn't watch that when it came out. Because, I mean, that was pretty big when it came out, and I managed to avoid that train. Fortunately, I was naturally keeping away from stuff that was a bit too overhyped. And, yeah, I kept the fuck away from that, and as a result, I did not become depressed for several weeks at a time, so that was good. And I heard interesting things about Ansatsu no Kyoshitsu as well, where it was kind of similar to Angel Beats in the sense that it seems like it's pretty standard, pretty lighthearted, and then it actually turns crushingly depressing and then you want to die. So same thing happened with Ansatsu no Kyoshitsu, but I think that was in the second season for that, where shit went down and it killed you inside. So I've been very lucky. I've been very lucky when it comes to dodging the bullet, when it comes to sad stuff. And I'm very lucky with the, forgot what it's, Anohana, is that the shortening of it? I forgot the full name of it, but Anohana. I was very lucky with that one too, because I had marked it in my mind as bad slice of life and I dropped it. Well, I've always been pretty into slice of life, but the first 2 episodes or so I thought were pretty badly done slice of life, so I dropped it. But I was able to avoid the sad shit, so I was really lucky. I was really lucky. Yeah. Elfen Lied was kind of, in terms of gore, it was low level for me at the time, because once you become desensitized to the 80s and 90s OVAs that were particularly gory, something like Elfen Lied is almost silly, because it was pinkish blood, it didn't look very realistic. Oh, I forgot my smoke bombs, I'm an idiot. Does anyone have them? Well, it's late anyway. It's a bit light in the game. At this light stage, I don't think we want to be dropping any smoke bombs. But I don't think this will be difficult. Then again, this is Duramboros, he's going to last a little while. I don't think I'm going to like this hunt. Don't think I'm going to like it at all. One thing I'm going to have to tell you, Vernon, is that I just don't know the English names of these shows. I don't know any of them. To start with, most of the English translations are dog shit, and second of all, I actually don't know them, genuinely, like... So... I really don't know what that is. Don't know why it's saying welcome to the chat room again. Hopefully I didn't disconnect. I know it's the English title, I'm saying I don't know what it is. specifically because it's the English title and I don't know any English titles. I chose to boycott them when they just consistently were terrible. And that was a long time ago when I started boycotting them, so... I say boycott, but you know, just not paying attention to them is what I would say. Oh dear. I'm trying to hit this tail and I've got this Brachydios hitting me off it. Thought that might have been asleep because it was a sudden change of animation, but it was actually a damage threshold being reached with Ruster Ambrose. Yeah, I don't like this hunt at all. Who has the fucking time for this? I don't. I don't find this enjoyable. I don't like arena hunts. You know, that's probably the main issue for me with arena hunts, as far as enjoying myself. I just generally don't like them. I mean, it doesn't matter what's in the arena. I'm not going to enjoy it because I don't like arena hunts. I want to go out into a locale and kill these monsters. You know, there are epic hunting quests in Portable Third that are almost exactly like this, but out in the area. Out in the Misty Peaks or wherever you might be. You just go out and hunt them. I prefer that. It's better. Indeed. Damage, or rather land compensation, will have dealt the damage there. Honzuki no Gekko Kujo. I don't know about that one. Haven't heard of that. Because I usually... Oh, you've posted the full thing. That would have a Japanese shortening. All of those have Japanese shortenings. That's something that they do in the Japanese language. Like, let's say, for example, Pokemon is the most obvious example. Pokemon is a Japanese shortening of Pocket Monster. They do it for everything. They do it for anime, they do it for games, they do it for whatever. They just love to shorten things, so... No one in Japan would refer to it with its full Japanese title, but yeah, I haven't heard of that actually. I'd have to look into it. What year did it come out? Although, Vernon, I don't think our taste in anime would really gel, because you liked Shakugan no Shana, and Shakugan no Shana was a bit average. Wasn't that great. That was another 2006 anime actually, and I didn't watch it at the time. But it wasn't all that good. Oh, it came out last year. Yeah, I didn't notice that one. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist was... the original one was quite a big deal when I first got into anime, but I never watched it. I think Brotherhood came out. Was Brotherhood also 2006? Might have been 2000... I think the first one was 2003, wasn't it? I think so. Well, Brotherhood was a big deal at the time, I remember that. Not like right when I got into anime, but not long after it did become quite a big deal. No, I don't think Brotherhood was 2006. It doesn't sound quite right. I barely hit that Brachydios, to be honest. Well, it sounds like something I would enjoy, Vernon. The problem is that a lot of those sorts of shows do end up really bad. Like, just not well done at all. My friend and I watch a lot of those sorts of shows. If it looks good, I'll watch it with him. We watch a lot of those sorts of things. We love to watch these sort of cute shows that are relaxed and wholesome, and that's what we gravitate towards. But I'll check that out, and if it seems good, then we'll watch it. Oh, Brotherhood's 2009, that makes more sense, yeah. So original was 2003, and then, yeah, Brotherhood 2009. Yeah, when Brotherhood came out, my god. That was the toast of the town. And I was sick of hearing about it. Oh god. Anyone want to detonate that? Thank you. I didn't want to go in there and be the sacrifice. Oh, School Days. Well, there's a long story about School Days. Basically, that started off as a... That's another 2006 anime, by the way, School Days. That first started off as a visual novel. It was a rather different visual novel in the sense that there was a lot of actual fully animated cinematics in that. The School Days adaptation, in other words the anime, I don't know if there was a manga of that, there probably was. It probably started off as a manga adaptation that was made into an anime, but basically the adaptation of the School Days visual novel was the worst possible route that the main character could have chosen. It is not really a good expression of what School Days is. Imagine you're playing a visual novel and you make all the worst choices. That is basically what the School Days anime is. And for that reason, it is not recommended that you watch it. I did decide to watch it just out of interest to see how bad they had adapted it, and yeah, it was pretty bad. Sekai was pregnant, and you know, and she got killed, and it was like, it was a mess. She got killed, didn't she? Yeah, she got killed, and then I'm starting to forget the names of the characters now. It's been a long time, but yeah, it was bad. It was a bad fucking adaptation. And to be completely honest, it was most likely a troll. It was most likely a troll. But School Days is quite a big deal. There's a lot of School Days stuff for visual novels. It's weird. It's probably not everyone's cup of tea, but it's a decent visual novel. I haven't gone through all of it, but it's not too bad at all. And it's not as bad as the anime might make you think. Well, I'm sorry you had to force yourself to finish that, Vernon. That's rough. Oh! You'd think I'd be doing better with Stygian at this point. I can't see anything. If you can't see anything, imagine me. Because I can't see a goddamn thing. And I'm trying to play the damn game. That was just that was a mess of Stygian's body for a little while there. For a full 3 to 5 seconds I couldn't see anything. Well, Steins Gate is a very good visual novel. The best visual novel in my opinion would be Umineko no Nako Koromi, which is context for, like, wider context for Higurashi no Nako Koromi. Also a great visual novel, by the way. But I've done Umineko twice. It takes about 160 or so hours to finish Umineko, and I've done it twice. I did it once by myself a number of years ago, not with the sound novel, because the sound novel's bad, wouldn't recommend that. Like the original PC sound novel from the mid-2000s, not very good at all. Great in terms of story, but there was no voice acting, the sprites were disgusting, etc. But the PS3 version, and also the Witch Hunt translation that included the PC sprites over the top of the original PC version plus voice acting, was very good. The latter was the one that I started with. Umi Tweak was what it was called, using the Witch Hunt translation, that's what it was. So Umi Tweak with Witch Hunt translation, and then the one that I watched, or the one that I went through the second time around, was called Umineko Project, and that was very good. That was basically the PS3 version, but ported to PC. Well, Vernon, I would recommend, if you would like to possibly get into visual novels, I don't know if that's your interest, but try to get into the Higurashi visual novel. Because any anime adaptation of a visual novel is going to be 10 times worse than the visual novel itself. Let's take Grisaya no Kajitsu, for example. What they tried to do in Grisaya no Kajitsu is cover all of the roots in one a 12-episode season. Which was a joke. I mean, you couldn't possibly do that. It looked dumb, and it looked like a bad visual novel adaptation, because it was basically, you know, him going to all the individual girls and sorting out their problems. I mean, it just didn't make sense, and it looked dumb and silly. But in the visual novel, you would choose a route, and then he would develop a relationship with that character, and in the process of exploring that character's emotions and who they are as people, he would go into whatever their traumas were and address them as necessary. But it was just wrong in the anime, unfortunately. I mean, Steins Gate would be an example of one of the better visual novel adaptations. It's very, very hard to make a good adaptation of a visual novel, and the reason why is that visual novels have a luxury of time. They can take a very, very long time to tell a story, but unfortunately, anime is extremely restricted in this regard. Extremely restricted. So, it ends up being really, well, shallow, unfortunately. Because what an anime adaptation of a visual novel is essentially a summary of what the visual novel is. Now, you can have a good summary and you can have a bad summary. Now, unfortunately, summaries by nature are never as good. If you've ever watched a movie summary of an anime that you've watched, that's the best thing, that is actually the best example that I can give you. If you want to know what it's like to watch a visual novel adaptation in anime form, what I would recommend that you do is you watch an anime and then you watch a movie adaptation of it, or rather a movie summary of it. That's what it's like. It's, I guess, as it's described, it's just a summary. It's not the deep presentation that the original content would have been. It's instead just giving you the facts. It's giving you the bare minimum of what you need to know. So, yeah. Well, lots of visual novels have been adapted into anime, Vernon, and Steins Gate is one of the best out there, in terms of adaptations and in terms of visual novels. Very, very well done. Well, the Avatar The Last Airbender is one of those that's appreciated by almost all people who enjoy anime. It's very well done. I watched Avatar on TV, actually, as it was airing, pretty much the whole way through, and I very much enjoyed that. Not sure what our next hunt is. Amelia's going to post something, apparently. Best of enemies. No, I'm not doing land arenas. I'm just going to throw it out there, Amelia. That's up to you. I don't know. I mean, it's technically my room, isn't it? I don't know. But I'm getting sick of the land arena hunts. They're fucking boring to me. Oh yeah, the live-action Avatar movie. I remember that. Oh, what was the name of that director again? Shit, he was an ultra meme for a while, and yet you aren't picking. And yet you aren't picking. What is that supposed to mean? Anything that's not land arena is fine. I'd rather not fall asleep. I bet Amelia is going to really not appreciate that. It's on, ladies and gentlemen. It's on. Because Amelia's got attitude. What is the name of that director? M. Night Shyamalan. Oh, that's his name. M. Night Shyamalan. Oh. It flashed into my mind like a bad memory. Flashed into my mind. M. Night Shyamalan. What? I mean, there's a man behind the name. If you can believe that there is a man behind the name. There is an individual who makes movies so bad that his reputation really precedes him. I mean, M. Night Shyamalan, the name alone, is just an ultra meme joke thing. It's incredible. Amelia is so unimpressed that she hasn't said a word and also hasn't removed the quest. I mean, I don't mind. I can do it if you're so desperate. I don't even remember what the quest is. It's shit, but whatever. I could go poison. It's very easy to get on a person's bad side when they're a high hunter rank player in 3 Ultimate and all they do is play 3 Ultimate all day, because they're all a bit emotionally scattered, a bit, you know, lacking in things to do in life, things like that. A lot of them are just a bit fucked, generally. It's very fun to get on their bad side, actually, sometimes. Because true entertainment ensues, I can assure you. What am I doing with myself? Sword and Shield. Poison Sword and Shield, actually. Hellnox Epi. There you go. Now, I could use status, or I could stick with this. Would I rather increased damage or increased status? I think 400 poison's fine, so we'll go with this. Okay, you've gone and decided to change to something else. Rightio. Maybe I'm the one being dramatic, I don't know. But I hate Land Arena, and I've done enough of it in this recording, I can tell you. I'm sick of it. The thing with Land Arena is that it's so drab and boring, and it's nothing. Amelia, it's nice to be told what we're preparing for. Because that's what Amelia's doing. Amelia's decided on a quest, is going to go and prepare for it, and then post it, and then we get to prepare for it. We could have all been preparing for it together. But no. Come on. Water? Should I just run and get a water weapon? Probably. What have we got? Souls of... This is what I get. This is what I get for saying anything that's not Land Arena is fine. I get 2 Stygian Zenoga. Great. It's the Zenoga fucking stream right here. The Zenoga stream. I can't say a word. I can't say, come on, Zenoga. More Zenoga. I can't say that. I've already spat the dummy on the Land Arena quest. Fuck. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a Stygian Zenoga alive that's going to survive our wrath. Alright, I think I'm ready to go. Now, it looks like I'm doubling down on slime, unfortunately, but I feel like using slime dual blades. This is another event weapon that I enjoy using. It's the Bushido. It's acquired from the giant Rust to Rambarus event quest, and it's only good if you have Awaken and Sharpness +1. If you don't have those two skills, this weapon can go in the bin. But if you do have those two skills, it's pretty nice. Check that out. It's got a decent amount of slime. It's got some negative affinity, but it's not too bad. And quite a lot of purple. Now that amount of purple makes it so that you don't really have to worry too much about sharpening all that often. You do probably want to sharpen as soon as you drop down to white, but you don't notice it too often. Like, you don't notice that you're constantly dropping below purple. It's pretty good. I like these weapons. You say don't forget to gather, but the only thing that I really need would be talismans, Vernon, but look, I don't have much in the way of inventories, but oh no, I have 4 slots. Look, I don't really think I need talismans that badly. I think I'll be alright. So for those who aren't familiar with slime, such as cereal beans, slime is again the precursor to blast. It is Brachydios status, basically. The slime itself will slowly build up over time. The way blast worked was that you can see blast build up based on like a larger effect being applied to the monster over time. In the case of slime, it's done based on color. It starts off at green, then builds up to yellow/orange, and then once it's hitting red, it means you're about to get an explosion, and I just got one. So you'll see that now it's being applied on the monster as green, because it's restarted. Now we're on yellow, and when it starts applying as red, it means we're about to get an explosion. And that's how slime works. Now, slime in concept is fine, but they fucked it up really hard. They fucked it up really hard, and I'll tell you why. It's because it's too damn strong. Too damn strong. No, you don't have to hit the same part. As long as you are hitting the monster, it will actually build up slime just the same. And it's not just for one hunter. It's actually for all of the hunters. So let's say, for example, I were to hit him once and it was green. I could wait for someone else to build up the slime, and I could do another attack and it would be red, because someone else has built it up. That's what I mean when I say doubling down on slime, because slime is not for individuals, it's for the team. And so you don't really want to have too many people running slime, because you start to get diminishing returns. I would say a maximum of 2 people for slime is best. And that's the way it works. Visually, I prefer slime to blast because it's so clear that you're building it up. Whereas blast is a bit abstract. It's like, is that the big igniting effect on the body, or is it the small one? Is it even getting bigger? To be honest, I don't even know if it gets bigger. I don't know how blast works, but yeah. Slime unfortunately has a bad name because it's overpowered. The explosions do way too much damage. Blast is a balanced version of slime, effectively. Oh. Let's go and deal some damage. Anyone gonna blow up the bombs? It has to be me, doesn't it? Oh dear. Now, slime is usually exclusive to Brachydios, but Awaken allows you to get slime on other weapons. Now, what Awaken is, and I have to explain this as well, is every single weapon, or at least the vast majority of weapons that don't have an element or status, have what's called a latent element or status. In other words, a status or element that unlocks when you get a skill called Awaken. And that can make a raw weapon even more viable for certain armor sets. So for example, this Bushido weapon that I have here normally would have no status. It would not have slime normally, but when I have Awaken, which is a skill that I have here, you can see I have High Grade Earplugs, Awaken, Sharpness +1, and Part Breaker. When I have the Awaken skill, it receives a set slime status level, which is 180. And again, that actually requires the skill to be used. Outside of that, you'd just be using a raw weapon. So a lot of weapons that you might be familiar with in later games, if you were to look at them in 3rd generation, specifically, not just 3rd gen, but in the games Tri, 3 Ultimate, and 4 Ultimate, they might actually have an element or status that you're not familiar with. Because Awaken might actually unlock something for that weapon that would otherwise be a raw weapon. So, that's the way Awaken works. That's pretty good. I enjoy it. Not everyone likes it. Some people don't like it. I know Ethan doesn't like it. I had a bit of a conversation with him about it, actually. And he doesn't like it at all. But I think it's great. Because it's a nice endgame time sink, I guess you could say. So I can make all elements for all weapon types, all statuses for all weapon types, and then once I've done that, I can do the Awaken versions of that. I can make all Awaken elements and statuses for all weapon types, and it's just another time sink. And it's also, like, let's say for example, I'm sick of using the same fire, sword, and shield against all these monsters. Well, I can get an Awaken fire, sword, and shield, and it will be a different weapon design. These are the sorts of things that you have to deal with when you're in late game, and you get bored of using the same thing all the time. Awaken is another opportunity for you to actually use something that looks a little different. It might even work a little differently. So, I enjoy Awaken for that reason. And that's why I love returning to 3 Ultimate. Because it really does feel like its own game. Compared with some 4th gen games even, but particularly 5th gen. I'll probably do one more hunt, I think. That should conclude this. Don't know what will come next though. I'm sure Amelia has made a mental note to blacklist me now. Because I kicked up a minor stink over land arena hunts. Yep, Amelia is out. Boo fucking who. I'll get the violin out for you. And Bella is gone too. Well, by the looks of it. I mean, maybe they don't like the fact that I don't want to do land arena hunts. I mean, I don't know. Don't know what these people want, but apparently they like land arena a whole lot. Even though it really is bloody boring. I mean, you're in the same damn environment. The monsters spawning in the same place. It's just not fun. It's boring. I can do a few of them, but not too many of them. That's not a big deal, Vernon. I'm only going to be doing one more hunt anyway. I could two-man something with Drake if he's happy to stick around. But Amelia and Bella are probably friends, or something. I don't know. In terms of what I'd like to do, I suppose I could choose a Hunter Rank 6 Advanced. Something fairly easy could be good. Maybe 2 Ludroth. Could always do that. Could do 3 Barioth. How about these 2 pink monsters? Pink Raytheon and Pink Ludroth, or Purple Ludroth as he's called. Could do that, but what would be an appropriate element to use? I suppose there wouldn't be one. Or maybe Thunder. Yeah, let's go Thunder. I'll stick with Greatsword. Well, not stick with Greatsword, it's not like I was using Greatsword before, but I've been using Greatsword a lot in this recording. Let's use the Netherler Fractress, which is another Greatsword design. It's one of those Greatswords that looks really good when you charge it. Has a nice animation to it. Exactly. Land Arena, or Arena quests in general, are great if you're actually trying to get materials, because you spend less time trying to get to the monster, or yeah, particularly for multi-monster hunts, it's great if you're trying to get materials efficiently. But that's not what we're doing here. We're just hunting random stuff. None of us need anything, we're just here to hunt for fun. So if we're hunting for fun, Land Arena's a fucking waste of time, in my opinion. It's because it's not fun. I don't find it fun at all. I don't find it fun at all. Well, that's funny. I went from 4 sub points, I think. Was it 4 or 5? 4 or 5 to 11 in one stream, so that was pretty good. Mainly courtesy of Potato for going nuts. Well, I agree, Vernon. Your luck with hard horns is unusual because the drop rates don't reflect your terrible chances at getting hard horns. You are just particularly unlucky, and I don't know why. It's really quite awful. It's bloody awful. Anyway, how much whiskey do I have? Oh, that's actually not too bad. That's enough for tonight. Should be fine. I believe it's 50%, Vernon. It's not hidden information. You can actually Google search it. It's not. It's something that I had to Google search. So yeah, it's 50%, to my understanding. And then income is taxed based on something. I get some sort of tax exemption. So instead of 30% tax, it's like 5% tax because I'm outside of the US and I'm a country that is eligible for some kind of tax something or other. I don't know. I don't know much about it. But all I know is that I get taxed less than people in the US. That's all I know. I don't mind being transparent about these things because I'm not really used to earning money from recording stuff, so yeah. What are we hunting again? Oh, that's right. Purple Ludroth and Pink Raytheon. Which is an interesting hunt. It's probably been a long time since I did this hunt last. I wonder when it would have been. I wish I could see stats like that. It wouldn't be recorded by the game, but it's interesting. I guess we'll start off with... Wait, I really was expecting Purple Ludroth to either be here or in that area over there. But he's not, so... I don't know. Yeah, you do rarely see people use the Brachydios bow, you're right. Oh, Raytheon doesn't start here. Okay. Rightio. Now check the animation on this greatsword. Is that not awesome? Look at that. That's beautiful. And in this translation, by the way, rather than thunder element, it is lightning element. Which really does make more sense, doesn't it, if you think about it. So, over a period of time I've gone back and forth between saying lightning element and thunder element because of this translation. But I've mainly stuck with thunder, just because more games translate it as thunder. I don't think this Purple Ludroth's going to last very long. I called it Pink Ludroth back when... I think everyone called it Pink Ludroth when Portable Third was new. But it was called Purple Ludroth in the 3 Ultimate translations. So. Part of me wants to say that people called it Purple Ludroth, but I think I called it Pink Ludroth. Looks like pink to me. I mean, yes, it can be considered purple, but I look at it as pink. Particularly the mane. You gonna turn to me? Yes, you are. Oh, I was hoping to get you on the head there at the very start of that attack. Sadly, we did not one zone. Oh, we did. Guess I was speaking too soon. I'm glad that Drake stuck around. Oh, it's Mega Potions. Let's see where Raytheon is. I have a feeling that I know where she started. Oh, she's just landing here. Oh no, she's moved. So she was actually leaving this area and moving over here. Oh, that's Nagakuga. So she actually has to wait to spawn. That's interesting. We could kill Nagakuga as well, Drake. I mean, it wouldn't bother me, but... yeah, we're gonna have to wait for Raytheon to spawn. Where would she spawn? I would think in the same area. Drake seems to think that Raytheon's going to be somewhere else, but I've used a Psycho Serum to confirm that she doesn't appear anywhere else. I'm going to assume that she will appear in the same area. Raytheon spawning where Naga is? Okay. That flat dinkroll face is scary. And I don't quite know what it achieves. It definitely works for what Autonomic just posted, but outside of that, I don't know. Raytheon does spawn in the cave? Well, that's what I was guessing. I've never seen a Raytheon spawn where that Nagakuga is, that's all I can say. So I'm gonna vote to agree with N10 here. You have? Well, shit. Are you sure that's in 3 Ultimate? Maybe in Portable well, I don't know. Anyway. This is about what I was expecting, and that's where she ended up. Oh no! There was a time when Pink Raytheon was one of my least favourite monsters, and then I was rather rudely introduced to Hyper Gold Raytheon. Miserable experience. Now Gold Raytheon, excuse me, now Pink Raytheon looks like a walk in the park, as they say. Go for the feet for a knockdown. Don't think you'll do a follow-up on that one, will you? Oh, you will. You fucking will. Never mind. At least it wasn't a tail flip. Ha 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 ha, very good. Very good timing. I liked that. What? Drake is getting knocked down. Oh, that tail is fortunately not in a position to hit me. It was a bit dangerous looking though. No, you don't. Should be aiming for the head really, but I'm being lazy, I suppose. There is no back break. It is worth mentioning. The back breaks were not introduced for Rathalos and Raytheon until 4th generation. One of the only monsters to have a back break prior to 4th generation, in other words prior to mounting and verticality changes, was Garuga. Garuga always had a back break, and it was very hard to break, I can tell you. But it was a very, very good elemental weak point, the back of Garuga. Queen of the Skies, more like Queen of my ass. Autonomic, who are you? You seem to know too much about old Doomlink. What's going on? You must be someone I know. You were someone else on YouTube and you... Who are you again? Did you have a different name on YouTube or something? You must have been watching for a while. You're too privy to old jokes. Anyway, I might continue, to be honest. I was thinking about what I'd be doing after recording and I realised, well shit, I might go for a little longer if I'm here with Drake. We'll do some fun advanced quests. And just relax, you know. Matthew Payne, but I don't remember seeing you until a few months ago. I don't know, maybe you have a good memory of things. Maybe that's what it comes down to. Or maybe you went back and watched older recordings. That's probably what it was. I will check for you though. I will see what we've got. What is Drake using? I'll check the whole set for you. Oh, you used to be a lurker, I see. See, this is the thing, like, a lot of people do lurk, and I don't know them. There are a lot of people who watch my VODs on YouTube, and I don't know them at all. And I've said time and time again, make yourself known. I want to know you. You don't have to talk all the time, I at least want to know who you are. So we've got Evasion +1, Bombardier, Spread Up, Stamina Recovery Up, and Focus. That's a fucking good set. King Talisman seems to have, it's either Spread Up +4 with a 3 slot. That's probably what it is. It's probably 3 slot pellet up. And, yeah. Good looking set. It's nice. And you are right about it being Green Naga Cougar. Very close to your set. Well, I'm going to see what our next quest could be. Could do 2 Baleful Giganox. You know what? Just to spite Amelia, I'm going to post a double Nibble Snuff. 2 Nibble. Unless Drake wants to post, I don't mind. What would be a fun ice weapon? I'll get an Awaken Ice Greatsword. Jade Baroth. I could do Jade Baroth, yeah. You know what? Okay. Sure. Haven't done Jade Baroth in a little while. What should I use for him? Let's do Sword and Shield. And I will use Golden Radius. Which is a little bit boring because I have used that a lot. Again, I use this same Sword and Shield in Freedom Unite 3 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate, but it's a good Sword and Shield, what can I say? Oh, I also use it in... Do I also use it in Freedom 1? I think I do. Yeah, so Freedom 1, Freedom Unite, 3 Ultimate, and Generations Ultimate. Fucking hell. Here we go, Snow Stampede, 2 Jade Baroth. I'm going to eat, and then... Well, I might not even say that I'll BRB. Not going to take too long to get ready to go. Alright. Check inventory, put away the voucher. I'll stay looking at the box, just so that I look like I'm busy or something. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm back. I think we're ready to go. Yes, we are. Brachy Sword and Shield. Yeah. He's pretty comfortable with his Brachydios weapons. I mean, there are a lot of... He's a fairly high hunter rank, you see. And it's surprising the number of people who are very high hunter ranks in this game that they just can't pull themselves away from slime weapons because they're too good. It is true that slime weapons are very, very good, and some people just really like to do lots of damage, and slime weapons do lots of damage, and they just can't pull themselves away from them. And, I don't know, I wouldn't judge them necessarily, but I can't appreciate Brachydios weapons too much. I don't use them very often. When was the last time you saw me whip out a Brachydios weapon? Quite a while ago, I would imagine. And the reason why is because I just don't get as much enjoyment out of it. It doesn't really sit with me. I think my last Jade Baroth would have been in Portable Third, to be honest. He has an interesting charging attack where he doesn't just charge in one direction and stop, he actually does a bit of an arcing charge. Ugh. See that charge there? That's basically the main difference in terms of the way Jade Baroth moves versus regular Baroth. This will be a pretty quick hunt, but at least we're only two-manning. I wouldn't do a quest like this with a group of 4, it would be done too quickly. Getting pushed around by that tail quite a little bit. Ugh. Still got caught in that. We should be able to kill him without him being able to leave, at least hopefully not. Not liking this Ice Blight. You know, Ice Blight was my least favourite Blight in Tri, keeping in mind that Tri was the first game to have Blights in the series, and Dragon Blight was different in Tri. In Tri, Ice Blight was definitely my least favourite, but I think now that Dragon Blight isn't negative affinity and is instead removing element and status, Dragon is probably my least favourite Blight. But Ice is awful. The way it consumed your stamina so quickly, look at that. It's fucking awful. Bouncing off their head way too much. But I enjoy Jade Baroth. I enjoy some species in general. I've never had an issue with them. The only subspecies I don't like are the ones that are they just don't deserve to exist. Like, for example, Green Nagakuga is almost not a different fight at all. Lunastra originally was the same fucking monster, just offline. But, you know, the funny thing is, having said that, I didn't really like Lunastra in World because she was too different. I always felt that she just... she was too visually similar to Teostra to be such a different hunt. To be such a different monster to find. So... I actually didn't like the Lunastra change all that much. I partially did. I felt like conceptually it was a good thing. But hunting them, well, maybe not even conceptually, because in concept I feel that I think it's a female version of Teostra, isn't it? Conceptually, a female version of Teostra shouldn't be so drastically different in combat. World Luna is a piece of shit? Well, I didn't mind her too much. I thought she was pretty fun, particularly with dual blades. I did pretty well against her with dual blades, but when I first fought her, yeah, pretty nasty. She just had a lot of cheap attacks, I would say. But I found her to be pretty fun with dual blades. Where is the next Baroth? Yeah, 2 at the same time. The double monster quests will have them both there at the same time. Oh, Drake is already there. God, it'd be nice if I could open my eyes. Well, that's true, yeah. Bo versus Lunastra wasn't all that good, from memory. But I prefer traditional Lunastra, and I never thought I'd say that. When I saw Lunastra was coming to World, I was honestly excited. I was excited to see what they'd do with her. But I realised that actually I ended up preferring a Teostra reskin. I don't know. In my opinion, if you're going to have Lunastra be that different in combat to Teostra, you'd be better off having a monster with a different design but the same body type. Seriously. And then you can have people draw comparisons between that monster and Teostra, that's fine. But Lunastra, I think she should be the way she was in the older games, where she was just an offline version of Teostra. But the problem with that was that they weren't strict enough with that idea, because you could fight Teostra offline as well. What they should have done, well, what I mean by that is that you could fight Teostra in the village quests, not just in the guild quests. What they should have done was made Teostra exclusive to guild, and Lunastra exclusive to village. Now, Lunastra was exclusive to village, but it wasn't the case with Teostra in regards to guild quests. You could also fight Teostra in the village. So I think if they had been better with that, maybe Lunastra would have been better in concept. A little smaller than Teostra? I'd forgotten. I also prefer Lunastra's colour. Oh dear. Well, I wouldn't say blue's my favourite colour, but I do prefer a blue Teostra to a red one. In other words, Lunastra versus Teostra. She's really just a subspecies with a different name. That's how she always should have been. But she should have always had like a little thing of her own. Yeah, that's the thing. You know what? That's what Capcom fucked up. It was the fact that it should still be very similar to Teostra, but she should have something of her own. But instead they made her like an almost totally different hunt. So I think they just went too far with trying to make her different, which is exactly what Capcom always does. They can never get it right. They're always on one end of a spectrum. In the case of Lunastra, traditionally, she was too similar to Teostra. And then, of course, in the process of trying to make her more different, they make her too different. Which is what they do when they balance things too. I mean, that is the Capcom special. It's like, okay, we have a weapon that's weak. What do? We make it overpowered. Instead of making it good, they just make it overpowered. They go too far. That's the idea. Capcom can't... They have no sense of subtlety. I don't know if it's because they're dumb, or if it's because that's actually what they're intending on doing. Like, that might actually be their intention. They're fully aware of what they're doing, and they want it to be overpowered, or they want it to be too different, at the expense of something, and for the benefit of something else, that maybe I just don't agree with. But, yeah, I mean, they might make their decisions totally knowing what they're doing, but it doesn't look that way. They just seem a bit lost sometimes, Capcom. They do dumb shit. But yeah, for example, like, all you could do with traditional Lunastra is have the difference be something like a single attack and also make it so that all of her flame was blue. That's all you needed to do. But instead she had red flame, she was just a different colour, and she was a little less aggressive, I think. She was a little less aggressive. In other words, an easier hunt from memory. But, yeah. In other words, Capcom just don't... They can never do it quite right, in my opinion. Oh, that was very cool, Vernon. That was very cool. Very, very cool. I only saw it maybe once or twice in the field, but it was very cool. One of the coolest things in the game, honestly. And honestly, Turf Wars were one of the things that was good about World. I thought Turf Wars were great. You wouldn't necessarily call that a turf war, but part of the same addition to the series, I felt that Turf Wars were great. That's the kind of attention to detail that I look for in a 5th gen Monster Hunter game. I don't like it when they take out complexities and then replace it with stuff like that. I don't want that to be a replacement of something else. I want that to be a pure addition. Yeah, that's right. It's part of the same mechanic, but it's not actually a confrontation between them. It's awesome. Should I do another hunt? I don't know. Let's see what we've got on offer. 2 green Plesioth. Woo. I might actually finish up here, guys. I think I've had my fun. I'll let him know that I'm closing the room. Closing the room, thanks for the hunts. I didn't get to do the double nibble snarf to spite Amelia, but that's alright. I enjoyed myself. I don't know about the sunglasses dink roll, because the sunglasses aren't quite positioned properly. They should be angled slightly and shifted further to the right. Otherwise, fine. Come on, Drake. You finishing up? What is that one? Is that like a... It looks like bubble tea or something. Looks like I'm drinking it out of my eye. It looks awful. I don't mind very... come on, Drake. I'll do that. Closing the room, thanks for the hunts. Come on. Yeah, Drake just missed it. Didn't even say goodbye, though. That's a shame. I mean, I didn't have to fucking wait for him. Could have just closed the room. What are the rooms up now? Oh, Amelia didn't even make a room, it looks like. Or maybe she joined somewhere else. Anyway. I thank you all for watching. Had a good time. Yep, 5 hours of Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. I was going to say almost 5 hours, but yeah, we managed to hit the 5 hour mark. And, yeah, it's good to get that much done for 3 Ultimate, and I hope you guys enjoyed, and I definitely enjoyed having you along with me for the ride. And, of course, we achieved quite a lot today in completing 2 3-man Descent into Hades hunts, and acquiring the Anima Reaper. That was a really frickin' well done effort, and I'm very happy to see that. And I will see you all next time I'm recording, whatever I feel like recording next. I won't be recording for the next 2 days, I'm going to take a break over the weekend, and in the meantime I will be uploading the 2 VODs to YouTube that I've done so far. I'll be doing yesterday's VODs upload today, and then Saturday will be, well, Friday for you, you know what I mean. Point is, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.